Metropolitan Board of Zoning Appeals is now in session for the regularly scheduled meeting of June 20th, 2019. My name is Emily, and I will be Emily Lamb, and I will be presenting the cases to the board for their review in today's public hearing. Members of the public at this time, please take a moment to turn off your cell phones and other devices so that the board can hear the cases without interruption. For these public hearings, the board reviews the correspondence submitted in support of and opposition to these cases. The board also reviews correspondence and recommendations from other government agencies in preparation for the hearings. In today's hearings, staff will present the site plans, maps, photographs, and other documents that comprise the case record. At the conclusion of the staff presentation, the appellant will present his or her case to the board. After the appellant's presentation, the board will hear those wishing to speak in support of the appeal. If the appeal has opposition, the board will then hear from those parties. After the opposition presents its testimony, the appellant will have a period for rebuttal. According to the BZA rules, the appellant has 5 minutes for presentation if no opposition is present. In contested cases, the BZA rules allow 10 minutes for each side to present testimony. Should the appellant wish to provide rebuttal testimony, the appellant should reserve some portion of the allotted 10 minutes. At the conclusion of each hearing, the board will deliberate and then vote on that case. The board is vested with the power to act on these cases under the provisions of the Metro Zoning Code, Section 1740-180. All section numbers that we refer to come from the Metro Zoning Code, which applies to the entire jurisdiction of the metropolitan government. The zoning code was adopted by the Metropolitan Council and became effective on January 1st, 1998. I will introduce the entire zoning code and make it a part of today's record. The Metro Code requires a record of these proceedings. Because BZA cases are recorded for Metro Nashville Network, it's imperative that anyone addressing the board come forward to the front tables and speak into the microphone. All speakers should identify themselves by name and address and then make the desired presentation. The Metro Code requires 4 members of our 7-member board to establish a quorum. The code also requires at least 4 affirmative votes to grant an appeal. In the event that 5 or more members are present, but the appeal fails to receive 4 affirmative votes, the case will remain on the board's agenda for the next 30 days. Applications that fail to receive 4 affirmative votes within 30 days of the public hearing will be deemed denied by operation of law. Pursuant to board rules, an aggrieved party may appeal board decisions to Chancery or Circuit Court within 60 days of the entry of an order. Additionally, as per the BZA rules, an aggrieved party may file a motion for rehearing by the BZA within 60 days of the public hearing. After that time elapses, the board's decision becomes final and no further action can be taken. If your appeal is granted, you're required to obtain the permit for which you applied. A permit must be obtained within 2 years for board approval to remain valid. It should also be noted that if false or misleading testimony is presented to the board, any board approval could be revoked at a later date by means of a show cause hearing before the BZA. Mr. Chairman, I submit that all cases have been filed in proper order, all appellants have been notified by certified mail, and all legal notice requirements have been fulfilled. I do have some preliminary announcements regarding cases that have been deferred and withdrawn. Case 2019-258 involving property at 906 Albert Court. That'll be on the first page of your docket. That case has been withdrawn. Case 2018-674 involving property at 1112 2nd Avenue South has been withdrawn. Case 2019-225 involving property at 812 North 5th Street has been withdrawn. And I apologize, I skipped one. Case 2019-155. That's involving property at 52 Industry Street. That has been withdrawn. Case 2019-242 involving property at 2666, 2668, and 2670 Miami Avenue has been withdrawn. Case 2019-267 involving property at 0 Donaldson Pike has been deferred indefinitely. Case 2019-280 involving property at 2317 Elliston Place has been withdrawn. Case 2019-283 involving property at 5200 Hickory Hollow Parkway has been deferred indefinitely. Case 2019-285 involving property at 3801 Nevada Avenue has been deferred to July 18th. Case 2019-236 involving property at 11 Music Square East has been deferred to July 18th. This is short-term rental, 236, the first one on the short-term rental docket. It's deferred to July 18th. It may be withdrawn at that point, but currently it's deferred. For the members of the public, our board utilizes a consent agenda at each of its meetings. One board member reviews the record for each case prior to the hearing and identifies those cases which meet the criteria for the requested action by the appellant. If the reviewing board member determines that testimony in the case would not alter the material facts in any substantial way, then the case is recommended to the board for approval. We'll enter into the record these cases that have been so recommended, and if anyone is here in opposition to one of the cases identified for the consent agenda, please raise your hand, make sure I see you. We'll pull it off the consent agenda and hear it in its regular order. Mr. Chairman, these are the cases that have been recommended for the consent agenda. Case 2019-244 involving property at 2817 Kirkwood Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 244? Seeing none, the next case is 2019-269 involving property at 1802 8th Avenue South. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 269? We will take that one off the consent agenda and hear it. Case 2019-276 involving property at 1706 Carvel Avenue, as well as 2019-277 involving property at 1704C Carvel Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to those cases, 276 and 277?
And just a quick reminder also that any sidewalk case that is on the consent agenda is on the consent agenda with the condition that they meet the planning department's recommendations. This isn't a blanket denial of a sidewalk or a free pass. It's the planning department makes a recommendation as to what that variance should be, and if it is a sidewalk case that is on the consent agenda, they have agreed to planning department's recommendation, just so that's clear to the crowd.
They've agreed to the planning department's recommendations. Next case, 2019-281 involving property at 2003 Straightway Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 281? I would note for the board, the applicant has agreed to limit the structure that's going to be built on this property to the same square footage as the current structure at 5460 square feet. Next case, 2019-284 involving property at 441 Donaldson Pike. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 284? Next case, 2019-287 involving property at 2030 Lindell Avenue. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 287? Next case, 2019-288, involving property at 277 Old Hickory Boulevard. There is opposition to that, so we'll hear that case in its regular order. Case 2019-289, involving property at 520 Raymond Street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 289? And last, case 2019-306, involving property at 124 South 12th Street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 306? Seeing none, to review, Mr. Chairman, the cases on the consent agenda are as follows: 2019-244, 2019-276, 2019-277, 2019-281, 2019-284, 2019-287, 2019-289, 2019-306. At this time, Mr. Chairman, we would solicit a vote from the board.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The consent agenda passes.
Members of the public, if your case was just approved on the consent agenda, you're welcome to stay, but you are free to go. Please give our staff until Monday to process all the documentation associated with your appeal, at which point you can come in to pursue the permits for which you applied. Mr. Chairman, before we move on to cases to be heard, we would like to take this opportunity to recognize any elected officials who are in attendance. I saw Councilman Syracuse. He stepped out. Councilman Hall, would you like to address the board? And you want to wait? All right. Then, Mr. Chairman, absent any other announcements, we're ready to proceed with the docket. I may step out and see if Councilman Syracuse wants to speak before we get to the first hearing. Right, Mr. Chairman, I believe we're ready to proceed with the first case. The first issue for the board to consider is case 2019-095. This is a motion to rehear a case that was previously heard by the board on March 21st regarding the operation of a concrete manufacturing plant. As the board likely knows, but I will remind you, this is per the board rules, motions to rehear are deliberated and determined based on the written documents that are presented to the board. There are no oral arguments. And the issue before the board today is whether new information is available today that was not reasonably available at the time of the hearing. Before we move forward to the deliberation, I would like to ask Ms. Davis, she was not on the board at the time. Have you had an opportunity to watch that hearing? Okay. Given that you did not watch that hearing, you would be precluded from voting on this particular motion, but the remaining board members who were here at that hearing back in March can deliberate and vote on this motion.
And those are new rules that we implemented, what, a year ago, or?
The motion to rehear, that rule's been on the books.
No, they're not the motion to rehear, but the just reviewing the.
That's always been a part of the motion to review standard. You review it only on the written documents.
Okay, I just thought I'd remembered motions to rehear that went on and on and on. It felt like we were rehearing the case just to move, and I know that this is a different, I mean, it's helpful. Okay, so we do have a motion to rehear case 095, and that motion was made by Mr. Vinnick, and I don't know exactly, and I know his letter tells who he was representing, but it's.
So, Mr. Chairman, I might be able to help you briefly. The motion to rehear was filed by the party, I believe, representing the neighbor. This case was heard back in March. Y'all determined that the zoning administrator had erred in not issuing a permit for the concrete manufacturing plant. The hearing lasted 2 or 3 hours. Y'all deliberated at that point and determined that based on information that was presented at that hearing, that the concrete batch plant should have been allowed as a legally non-conforming use and the permit should have been issued. The neighbors have since filed a motion to rehear and are requesting that you rehear that case from scratch, basically.
Right.
Their documents would have provided the information they believe it would be based on.
And I guess that, to me, the standard that you have shared with us is that, is there new evidence that could not have reasonably been presented at the previous hearing? And I think that's one question. And then, just as a non-lawyer citizen on the board, I think through, if there was information that may be new, but not, but also information that was reasonably available, is that information that that the group could, use if they were to pursue this outside of this board, which everyone who comes to this board has a right to. They can, as you said at the beginning of our meeting, they can take, take the decision to Chancery Court and have them make a final decision, or let's say the next decision. And so I haven't seen anything that could not have been reasonably presented at the hearing. And based on, kind of the questions I've asked you all, it seems like that this doesn't keep them from pursuing this further in another setting where if they had such a desire and met the criteria for doing that in terms of the timelines and that type of thing, which is my understanding that they can. Does all that sound
That's right. The rule that you're referring to is Rule 10 of the BZA rules. Subsection A2 says no such request to grant a rehearing shall be considered unless new evidence is submitted which could not have reasonably been presented at the previous hearing. So that's the standard that you're using to analyze the documents that were presented to you. And then, of course, as with any BZA decision, either party has the option to file a writ of cert to Chancery or Circuit Court.
Are there other thoughts?
think I agree, having looked at so we can't hear from the lawyers today. There's no.
The rules state that the deliberation is only on the written documents, the written filings.
Yeah, I agree with Chairman Taylor that the affidavits that are attempting to be submitted contain information that was available well before the last hearing.
I agree. I think not only, we had a unanimous decision that day. It is not common that we overrule or find the zoning administrator erred. I believe that was on the basis of additional information coming before us that had not been available at the time. There was a period of about 6 months from the time this matter started to the time we actually had that hearing in March. So it seems to me that not only could the exhibits that have been provided now have been reasonably presented, but there was a lengthy period of time in which it could have been accumulated as well. So I tend to agree that it doesn't meet our standard for a new hearing.
Is that a motion to not rehear the case, or does anybody have a motion?
Sure, I'll move to deny the request to rehear the case.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? All in favor of not rehearing the case, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that case will not be reheard. Next case.
Next case for the board to consider is case 2019-160 involving property at 117 Haynes Park Drive. This case has been heard by the board previously. At the last meeting, there were 2 motions that failed to receive 4 affirmative votes, and so as per board rules, the case stays on the docket to give the board an opportunity to vote on it. Ms. Sanford, have you had an opportunity to watch the video on this case?
No, and I didn't realize, I'm not sure how to turn this new speaker on. The one on the right? Okay. I wasn't aware that I wasn't available for that hearing, so I have not even thought about looking at it.
That being the case, the remaining board members, if you want to make another motion, or I believe Councilman Hall might have been here on this. Councilman Hall, would you like to address the board on this?
Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate your time as always, especially in situations like this where we're just reviewing. I know there were still some lingering questions or some concerns that have been brought up at that last hearing in regards to whether an exemption could be allowed in this particular case. I know we have had several from my district come before you that were exempt for various reasons, all very similar. This was one of those situations where it brought up 2 new things for us that wasn't presented in those other cases. One of being which this isn't a subdivision that has no sidewalks at all, and where the community put in a contextual overlay a few years ago, and we're under the impression that that had some impact on future dealings, whether or not, sidewalks would come in. And so we've been going through the process of educating folks what that overlay actually does and does not do. The other portion of it on this particular property was the fact that it was a wide lot with about a quarter of it being the easement being used currently by NES, and whether NES would be able to pay a portion of this, if they were bound in any way, whether or not they had to allow for a sidewalk on the portion of the easement that they were using, and how that process all would play out and impact. Because I know one of the solutions that was presented was that she pay a portion of the in lieu fee, which was suggested by the chairman, for just the percentage of the land that was available and not occupied by NES. So we were just trying to get some clarity from that standpoint.
Any questions?
And I can review this for the board if that would be helpful. This is the zoning map showing the zoning is RS 7.5. Area photographer showing you the property and the surrounding areas, and then the current conditions of the property. This was a sidewalk variance request to build a single-family home without building or paying into the fund. And the last motion, I believe that was...
Yeah, I think I may have made the last motion, which was because of the NES Power that you see there and the existing driveway, that the applicant be responsible for 20 feet, to pay into the fund for 20 feet of her property. And I'll make that motion again. I don't know, last time I made the motion and it got a second, it didn't get 4 votes. But I'll make that motion again in case someone would like to second that motion, and we can vote on that. And if it goes one way or the other, then we'll know where we are.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion on? No discussion, then all in favor say aye and raise your hand. Got 3, all opposed, 2. So we're still locked in votes there.
So if anyone wants to make another motion, you can certainly do that. This would remain open. However, the next meeting for the board that the board will convene is July 18th, so it would be outside the 30-day window. So absent a motion.
Is it possible to defer that case till that meeting to give Alma a chance to review and let her see? I mean, she may, I don't know how you feel about it, but at least it would be.
That's an ordinance. It's not a board rule that y'all can
Okay,
waive.
because
It's an
we've already-
ordinance. So absent some prevailing vote today, it would be deemed denied by operational law per the Metro Code.
Is there any hope that, I mean, are y'all flat denial, or is there any in between? I mean, I don't mind, I'm just curious.
The
if we
NES
can-
boxes are barely on the property. I know it looks like they're on the property, but just looking at the survey provided, they're on maybe 2 feet of the property, so I can't come that much closer.
Would you be willing to, how, do we know how wide the property is? It was,
81?
About 81 feet.
would you be willing to support a motion for a variance to 50 feet, which is a standard lot in town, because it is a much larger lot?
I will support that if you make that motion.
Then I'll move that we provide a variance where the applicant is responsible for only 50 feet of the frontage. Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, all in favor of that, say aye, raise your hand. Any opposed? That passes 4-1.
Thank you.
The next case the board is going to consider is case 2019-259. This was the one that was at the end of the last docket when we lost a quorum, so we'll move it up to the front of this docket. Just a second. Case 2019-259 involving property at 1311 4th Avenue North. This is a request from parking requirements to convert an existing single-family residence into a bar. Before you now is the zoning map showing the zoning of the property as MUN. Area photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. Site plan submitted by the appellant. And then finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 259?
Yes.
Yes, so each side will have 10 minutes. Please state your name and address before speaking to the board, and if you do want to reserve any time for a rebuttal, it'll come out of this initial 10 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. My name is Jeff Compo. I live at 312 Van Buren Street on Morgan Park in Germantown. I am here today to ask for a parking variance for a project that we're really passionate about. Having lived in Germantown for 5 years, I've really watched the community grow and develop and nurture, and love living in Germantown and everything that it does have to offer for people that live there. All the restaurants that are there, and then all these huge, beautiful apartment complexes really starting to give that area, it's really a walking neighborhood and has its own vibe and its own destination. But that said, really didn't feel like there was a place to go and just have a glass of wine and hang out with your friends and relax and just have a chat. you have to go to, there's a lot of great restaurants that do have bars, but that bar really is just a bar to then go sit down and have your meal. Or what about when you have finished your meal in Germantown and, it's 8 o'clock, 8:30, and you want to have a drink, post dinner drink with somebody, you have to go out of Germantown to go really be able to do that. And so, understanding how many millennials are living in this very, tight-knit area, we felt like there's a really kind of a white space for us to develop a concept that we could do this with. That said, not looking to develop a bar in the sense of a bar. We kind of have a really innovative idea that we were excited to bring to Nashville. This is a self-pouring technology. So the way it works is you would actually come in, you'd give me your license and your credit card. I'd scan them both, and I'd give them back to you along with a wristband. That wristband has an RFID chip in it. Kind of think of it like your hotel key. So it's, you would be able to then go up to a wall of taps that will have white wine, red wine, champagne, sake, some beers, all kind of very crafted. You go up and you just tap your wristband to the little sensor. It turns green. At that point, you can pour yourself as much or as little as you like. It really fosters this idea of exploration, of trying new things, very aligned with what this millennial demographic is really yearning for. So you can, from a regulatory standpoint, you don't have to worry. It's all measured, so I don't have to worry about people over-serving or anything like that. But so there is no bartender. There is no bar. Like you literally are serving yourself. It's going to be, we're working with Dad from a design standpoint. It's going to be very much like a hotel, like a hotel lobby, if you will. So very kind of living room, lounge type of scenario. We're excited to be in a historic building because we just feel like that is part of Germantown. That was part of the thing that we were looking for as far as trying, a location. I have my notes here, so I'll make sure I'm hitting all my points. The biggest challenge that we have is that, we're not a bar, a traditional bar. We will have food, so we'll have, what I'm calling nosh, so, light snacks. So we're talking charcuteries and cheese boards and breads and, all that kind of stuff, creative specials and stuff. But it's not going to be a destination for a meal, right? This is your pre-meal meetup spot. This is your post-meal after-drink spot. But because of that, we technically are considered a bar. And when you're considered a bar, then you have to have one parking spot for every 75 square feet. If we had been a restaurant, we are in the UZO, so therefore we would have gotten 1,000 square foot free, and then we would have only had to have one spot for every 150 square feet. So you can see—
How many would that have been?
Would have been—
I'd have to do some math. Hold on a second.
So, I forget, 2,700 times.
$11, $12.
If you were a restaurant, you would have to have 12, but because you're being classified as a bar, you'd have to have 36.
Correct.
And part of your case is that you're somewhere in that gray area between what the city should define as a bar and a restaurant. They have to categorize you as something. They chose bar.
Correct.
Because of the level of food service you're doing, and that's why you're here.
Correct.
Okay.
We'd have to, in order to be a restaurant, you have to have over 50% of sales coming from food. Our business plan is not made to do that.
But isn't it more likely that you're going to have more people coming in and out because you are a bar and it's not a place where people come and sit down to have a meal and stay longer? That would be my concern, is that you are actually— what you're describing, and it's a wonderful idea, and I think your plan is great, but it does seem to me like you're creating something where you're going to have more people coming and going than you would have in a restaurant. But if I'm wrong about that, tell me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if necessarily have more coming and going. This is what I would say. What makes us different is that because we're not a restaurant, let's just be honest. If we don't go there, a restaurant can go there, right? And though they can get their parking, a restaurant actually will be driving people from across town. Think about the restaurants that are in Germantown. There's some really great restaurants in Germantown, and they're pulling from all over Nashville. So people from all over Nashville are driving to go to these destination restaurants. That's not what we are. We're not a destination restaurant. Like, again, we are that place that people that are coming already in for those restaurants, they can walk to us after dinner or go to us first before dinner. So I think that, from a volume standpoint and a traffic and cars, we actually are a much better option than a restaurant for that reason.
And have you, to the council member,
Freddie?
yeah,
So I've reached out to Freddie. Our lawyers have reached out to Freddie multiple times over a month-and-a-half period. We did finally get a response via text that he's a very busy person, and he would be in contact with us.
Well, you can get more than 17 spaces, because right now you're asking for a reduction of more than 50%,
I understand.
which is a lot. And so
So-
is there
Yeah.
Is
I've
there any
beat
way
the
to get more than
streets.
17? Because I think we all recognize now with Uber and everything else that
Yeah.
that the code was enacted at a time where there was less of that, but
Yeah.
50% is really pushing it.
Yeah, so, understanding the way that we have to be in proximity around the building, and unfortunately in Germantown, there really is not much parking anywhere. So many massive parking lots. I have had conversations with Cumberland Machine. They're not interested. I had conversations with the Monroe Building across the street from us to see if we can get in there. They were not interested. I've had conversations with the two pay parking lots that are just a block and a half away. They are not interested in any type of contract. The conversation that I was able to have is with the owner of Barista Parlor and the owner of that building, and we've been able to develop a contract with them where it matches our lease. So it's for 5 years with the two 5-year options that match the lease structure that I'm entering in for this building. So we really have exhausted every single option around us and beat on every door. It's just that is the most that we can get from a secured, dedicated scenario.
in the two pay lots that you said are close by, how many spaces do you know?
Both lots have over 20 parking spaces in both of those Park Happy parking lots, which we have actually.
Yeah, we have that on a map. So,
Here and here, and right here. And this is Barista Parlor where we would have the 12 spots there. So it's literally an eyesight. You can see it.
And is that all of the parking spaces that they have in that Barista Parlor, or what do they do?
Coffee shop. Yeah. So the only challenge that I want to make sure that we address and bring up is Barista Parlor, opens or closes at 6 p.m. And so at 6 p.m. we would have exclusive use of the parking till we close at 11. That said, we are planning during the week to open at 4. So there'll be a 2-hour window where we would be overlapping with them. That is obviously their slow time. People aren't getting coffee between 4 and 6. Not very many are. And it's also our slow time because it's people, haven't really started getting ready to go out yet. So therefore, with the street parking that is available and the 2 pay lots that are available, I'm asking for you just to understand that there would be that overlap for that time.
and also, I'm Ben Muskelly with Kimley Horn, 214 Oceanside Drive. The other challenge we have is this site, it is a historic site. It's next door to another historic home, so there's no way to develop any kind of parking there. The site's 42 and a half feet wide. So really, we've kind of maxed out our parking configuration of how we can do it. If we can't really turn it perpendicular to the street and draw it further in the site because Metro standard of 40 feet, that only gives us 15 inches to grade in to make it work. So we're on site, we're maxed out. And as he said, Cumberland Machine's just not really been open to any type of conversation next door. So our adjacent 2 neighbors kind of creates a hardship for us to be able to find additional property for this.
Any questions?
Yeah, can you go over again the 2 Park Happy lots? You call them Park Happy?
Yeah,
How many
Park Happy is the name of the
spaces?
company that's operating the lots, right here and right here.
How many spaces total? I didn't catch what you said.
They both have over 20 spaces. This one has like 21. I think this one has maybe like 28 or something like that. But they're both 20 plus.
Okay, thanks.
And then I also just want to let you know that we were here last week and heard a lot of, just the reinforcement around the hardship and making sure that there was a hardship. So our legal team had submitted to the board a document stating how we met all 7 requirements.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? You will have some time to rebut, but I don't
3 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay.
Our clock isn't working, so Jessica's keeping that manually for us, but you'll have 3 minutes plus that was just mentioned for rebuttal after we hear from the opposition.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rob Williams. I live at 1319 4th Avenue North. I'm opposed to this variance. I've spoken with Councilmember Freddie O'Connell. I have him on the record. He is not prepared to support this variance. I've lived in my house, which is 4 doors down from this address, for 18 years. I'm a former member and past president of the historic Germantown Neighborhood Association. Neighbors on my block, we already have great difficulty parking in front of our houses in the evening, and this variance for the bar would increase the difficulty. This request comes way past the time when we can park in our neighborhood. The streets are full. And this idea, this bar is unique. It would set a precedent because other bars and restaurants are at the edges, on corners or amongst other bars and restaurants. This one is, my block is all residential. Cumberland Machine is on the corner, but then otherwise, there are no other businesses that need parking on our street. So this would, I think, set a bad precedent if you allow this variance. And then finally, despite what the owners predict and what they've said, visitors do drive to our neighborhood. That's why it's so difficult to park. Even with ride sharing, our streets are full at 5 o'clock. We also have the ballpark nearby. People park all the way, even past my block, for baseball games. So they have chosen to develop at this property. No one asked, they didn't have to. And it doesn't meet the requirements for parking. And so I don't think that neighbors should take on the burden just because they chose to develop at this historic location. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I have a,
The only question I have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I have a quick question. Do you rely solely on street parking for your residents, or do you all have an ability to pull off an alley and pull into your backyards for?
Me personally, I do have off-alley parking. Not all neighbors do.
Okay, but there's an alley that goes behind.
Yeah, there's an alley, yeah.
Can
And
park.
speaking of that, where this location, this house, in the back, they have put down a new footing off of the original historic residence. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but it seems like those could have been used for parking, or there's more area that I've observed this walking on the alley, that where there was the end of the home, now there's additional footing there that I guess is going to be used for the building as opposed to for parking. So it seems like that absorbed maybe some of the parking that could have been used there.
I guess the question I have is asking your thoughts on the case that was made by the appellant about being a bar versus a restaurant, and how, a restaurant would be required to have 12 spaces and a bar would be required to have 36. And based on their business model and how they are proposing to use the property, they say, well, it's really kind of something in between. And there's a pretty extreme difference between the 36 and the 12, reflecting maybe council's perception of, how those classifications are used, and maybe or maybe not anticipating something like this that is in that gray between. If this were to be denied and it were to become a pizza parlor with the same contract they have at it, they're already done. because they're providing 17 spaces, and they would have to be, only have to have 12. Again, that's their math. I'm not speaking for codes, but just based on their testimony, which I'm not disputing and I assume is true.
So, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm just saying that, is there a number that you and the neighbors could accept below what's required, knowing that that they could actually probably put in a much, higher capacity restaurant than this kind of coffee shop / bar, loungy concept that they're talking about, that would generate more traffic with less required parking spaces.
Right. I can't, I have difficulty understanding their argument for it's not a bar, or it's, I don't understand. The goal of a business is to get as many people in the door and make as much money as possible. So while you can say we describe ourselves this way, as a small business owner myself, I know that my goal is to get customers in the door. So I don't quite understand the gray area that they're working in. And then also, as far as if it were a restaurant, I accept this case as what we're talking about. They did come by our development committee that I attended as well, and they explained what their concept is. And some neighbors said, this might not be as bad as it could be, but I can't predict that, or I don't know what might go in there. I know that we're just talking about them, so that's what I.
No, that's fair enough. I just wanted your perspective, and I appreciate it. And
Sure.
that's why I ask, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess y'all don't have any kind of on-street permit parking there?
Not on our
So,
block,
okay.
no. I think there's like on Taylor Street, which is the next north cross street, for like half a block there is, but no, no, we do not have that.
Are there others that are speaking in
Yeah.
opposition? I was just wondering how many. We got several opposition letters. Are there several of you, or?
Yeah, and we're going to try to hold to the 10 minutes, not counting questions.
Yeah. If you'd like to speak, come on up and be ready. If you can come up and join the table if you'd like to speak. If you, again, within your time frame.
There's 7 minutes left.
Yeah, and if you could just state your name and your address and your perspective on this.
Yep. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bob Rosen. I live at 305 Taylor Street. And in answer to one of the questions, I do have required street parking. I have a permit for street parking. My street is residential permit parking only. I have a number of things I want to say in no particular order, and I hope you'll try to follow me. First, in answer to a question that was asked, if I can answer the same question, as best I can tell, if it's a place where the main reason you go there is to have a drink, it's a bar. You can call it what you want, but it's a bar. From my review of their materials, the appellant makes clear that food will be less than 50% of their revenue, and it's a bar. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a bar. And all the things that different people have said about more traffic in and out on a per unit time than a restaurant, et cetera, is true. I had the benefit of having a calculator in my hand while the appellants were talking. 2,700 square feet divided by 150 feet, 150 feet per space is 18 spaces. It's not 11, it's not 12, it's 18. Which, by the way, is more, than they're even requesting. When they talk about, Germantown, I've lived in Germantown for 2.5 years about. And part of the reason I live there is because of the character of the community. I know we're talking about parking, but, there's a difference between a place like, for example, Cumberland Machine, that closed its door at the end of a normal working day. There's a difference between that and a place that might be open until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. from the point of view of residents. As Rob pointed out, this street is primarily a residential street. We would sure love to keep it that way. And just to be clear, I live right around the corner. The property in question is on 4th between Monroe and Taylor. I live on Taylor, just off of 4th. So, I mean, I live around the corner from this. They talk about parking that they have or have available, and as I sat there and listened, I thought that they made a really good case for parking being extremely difficult in Germantown now. You know, they spoke with this guy, and they spoke with that guy, and they spoke with the other guy, and they spoke with this company, and they couldn't find enough parking. And then finally, they were able to finesse what they consider to be enough parking. I think that makes the point pretty well. A big issue in Germantown is parking. And it's not at 10:30 in the morning when a lot of people are at work. It's as the afternoon rolls on. A place that opens at 4 o'clock and then eats up a bunch of street parking is going to have a significant impact on the residents who then have to park there an hour or two later. I thought the closing comment of might not be as bad as it could be was just worth commenting on. One final thought before I, give the floor to other people is that, there are facilities in the, well, I'll just leave that. I'll leave that and I'll let other people have the rest of the time. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Wait, they might have questions.
Oh, sorry. Questions?
Did anybody have a question? No, ma'am, you have the floor. If you'll press the button.
I'm Burdell Campbell.
Hey, ma'am, just press the button right there. There you go.
Now I'm Burdell Campbell. And I've lived in historic Germantown for almost 40 years. My husband and I were there at the very beginnings of the rescue and restoration efforts. And in those years, you can't imagine, unless you're from Nashville and you don't remember North Nashville, what life was like. And we faced big problems, and we worked our way through, and we loved being there through all the problems, and we have the resulting historic Germantown. And I remind you that we're persisting. We're trying to make homes there. We're trying to have a viable neighborhood, a community. And the 1300 block of 4th Avenue is a key block in that neighborhood effort. The people and these people who live closer than, I live on 5th Avenue, which is a block off. But I've walked every inch of Germantown. And the business of a parking problem it's real. And one of the things that makes it possible for those of us who are staying with it, making it home, we want to stay there, we love Germantown, is if we can have parking. Now, I'm fortunate enough that we had a parking garage, but most people don't. And for people, the average person who is fighting for space to park and be home, but a new commercial adventure coming in, they want to take the space that was behind that house that could have been some parking, but they chose to expand their business and not use it for parking, but they'll get asked for a variance for them, and the people who live there don't have that option.
There's 1 minute remaining.
So that's my point. All right.
My name is Fred Booth. I live at 1317 4th Avenue North. I'm 3 doors up the street from the proposed bar that's asking for a variance. In the short time I have, I'll just add this. If you drive down 4th Avenue during the hours of 4 to 11, and as I understand it, it will be 4 to midnight on Friday and Saturday nights, take a drive down through there and you'll see what a challenge parking is already. Every once in a while, a space will open up. My wife and I have a great front porch where we get to watch the battle for parking spaces out front, It's seldom that we get to park there. We do have parking behind, but we also have friends and relatives who may or may not be able to get within 4 blocks of us on those evenings. And we accepted that when we moved into our house 10 years ago. We knew it was that way. We knew it was probably going to get worse. what we have trouble accepting is that a business is trying to be excused from their responsibility and truly transferring that responsibility to us. Because if you grant this variance, you're really letting them transfer their parking burden to us. I mean, that's the reality. It may not be stated that way, but that's the reality. So I sure hope you'll deny this. Thanks.
Any questions? Great, thank you for coming today. We'll rehear from the applicant, and you have 3 minutes and 40-something seconds, is that right? 3 minutes and 47 seconds for rebuttal.
Okay, so first thing, yes, he is correct that if you take the square footage of the site, you divide it by 150, it's 18, but in the UZO, restaurants are allowed 1,000 square feet for exemption. So that's where the 12 spaces came from. So that exemption allows that to work. Taylor Street.
One question on that. For the 36 spaces that you're required, does that include any exemption for bus stop or anything?
No.
That's okay. So it's apples to apples, 17 to.
Right, and so Taylor Street and the cross streets do not have, they do have permit parking for residential. They do not have alleys, and that is why they have that permit parking. I drove this site probably 45 minutes to an hour ago. Every house on 4th Avenue has alley access for parking. Whether they're using it or not is another argument, but it is there. We did notice that. It is not true that this entire block is all residential. It is not. There's an office directly adjacent to this site. There are a couple other home occupation offices and other offices on this stretch. So it's Germantown. Yeah, the character is seen as single-family residential, but this entire area is zoned MUN. The land use policy is T4 mixed use. This is a mixed-use community. Metro has established that they want the future of this to be a mixed-use community. And do you want to speak about restaurant?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Lawson. I am one
And ma'am, this is the rebuttal period, and so we can't introduce new people. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just not. You could have spoken on the front end.
Okay.
So it and I hate to not hear from anybody.
That's totally fine.
Okay. It is a gray area. Some can say this is a bar. Some can say it isn't. Even if it's considered a bar, this is a different bar. This is not a bar where we want people to come to. It's limited service based on food sales. Also, to this, I mean, there is the common sense thing of this is a bar. We don't want 36 parking spaces because we don't want people driving here. We don't want people leaving here and driving. That can be the argument for any bar, but we're requiring a bar in an urban area to have 36 parking places. And there's just some argument and conversation that needs to be had, whether that's here or with the parking standards in general. Do you have anything?
I mean, if we were one block over, there would be no parking requirement. So starting from Jefferson, there is no parking requirement. So we're like right there on the cusp of what's happening and how we're growing. And all I would say is, we have all those big apartment complexes, and they're, having people and visitors and driving around too. So I just feel like we're building this concept for all these people that are living in these apartment complexes, thousands of them in this neighborhood who would like to have a place to be able to go and hang out and chill with their friends.
And again, to reiterate, and Jeff can speak further on this, the intent is not to stay open until 2 a.m.
No, absolutely not. 11 o'clock on the weekdays, midnight on Friday and Saturday night, like 10 p.m. on Sunday.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
You referred to the fact if you're one block over, there would be no parking requirements. Is that because they're next to the DTC or?
Correct. Jefferson is the cutoff. So at Jefferson Street, there is no parking requirement.
Okay, because that site, that area is zoned downtown code.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, and then can you address the addition that's put on the back?
Okay, so again, the addition is expanding the square footage of the building, which is correct. But as I stated earlier, we cannot put parking in any configuration other than parallel to the alley. Perpendicular, it will not work with the grading of the site and the layout of the site.
Yeah,
So
I remember that you addressed that, but it came up again. And can you tell us the width of the lot? I didn't.
42 and a half feet.
Okay.
And
so,
Metro standard's 40 feet for a drive aisle and a parking aisle. So we have 2.5 feet on both sides. It's 15 inches to figure out grading.
Yeah, and that's helpful information. Thanks.
You mentioned earlier. I don't work this. Does that work? It does. You mentioned earlier that the land use policy is mixed use for this area, but in your council's brief, it also mentions that this property falls within a historical overlay. So how do you feel about how should those policies work together? Because your argument is that it's in a mixed use community, a mixed use land use policy, but then you're also in a historic district overlay. So what about the character argument that the neighbors made?
So, I mean, the character argument to me there is we are maintaining the existing structure and facade of the structure and width, and the only thing that's changing is use. We're not changing the character as the way it feels.
I actually want to celebrate the character, in all honesty. That's why we've chosen this location.
Any other questions right now? Is there anything that you all would like to add?
I appreciate your consideration. I think, Germantown, definitely, we need to figure out a parking solution there that works for everybody.
All right, great. We will close the public hearing and discuss. This is the kind of case that makes it worth the big bucks they pay us, right? We're an all-volunteer community board, just so you know, we don't get paid. But it is a tough.
I think it's a great, it would be the kind of place I would want to have in my neighborhood. I like the idea a lot, and I think there's certainly businesses that would be less desirable, much less desirable that you want to have in the neighborhood. But going from the 36 to the 17 is something that, especially with the neighbors' concerns about parking already, that is over a 50% drop, and that really concerns me.
Well, and
I think they make very valid points about the fact that parking is so hard to come by. Just proves it's going to make the situation worse.
And this board has been considerate or has considered and has responded to the argument that the transportation world is changing, and that often the parking requirements for certain types of businesses aren't what the code currently requires, which I think it's been many, many years since they've amended that, which I think is kind of mirroring your point that maybe some reduction would be warranted. And I guess the question is, what level would we be comfortable with? Or it does sound like they've exhausted most, if not, I think they testified they'd exhausted all their options. I don't know, it seemed compelling in terms of the people that they've talked to, but I see your point.
I have some concerns that we have so many neighbors speaking against it, and I do care about neighborhoods. You all know that. I also have a concern that we do not have any real proof as to how the council member feels about it. And I'm having some real concerns with this one.
I agree with Mr. Pepper's comments about such a great reduction. And I also think that this idea of a hardship, I have a hard time seeing a hardship. Their council's brief says that, the historic overlay contributes to the hardship. Well, this historic overlay has been in place for a really long time. There's a reason for a historic overlay, and the character goes beyond just the physical structure, but the character also includes the surrounding context. So if the surrounding context is primarily residential, and the neighbors have a hardship as well with parking, I feel like if there is a hardship, let's say I can see that there's a hardship for this property, there's competing hardships. And so I think I have a hard time reconciling that, especially since there is a parking issue in Germantown. I went to elementary school and middle school in Germantown. I'm very familiar with this area. And I drive down that street, and it is hard to find parking. And so reducing parking for a new business that will likely bring more people into this area, I just think if we do grant a variance, it shouldn't be just such a dramatic drop.
Now, I guess that was the question, because I think, several of us have mentioned, that this sounds like it could be a really cool place for a neighborhood, but also shared that. So the question, I guess, is is there a sense or a consensus on what the appropriate number would be? Would you feel comfortable? I guess there's two questions. One is, do you believe that there could or should be some reduction? And it's, we have, there are other cases, not hospitality or bar cases, but we've had, I think, some hotel cases where they were within several blocks of a district that would require no parking, and they had a whole lot of parking, and we gave them it wasn't a 50% reduction, it wasn't this dramatic, but we did give them some reduction. So I guess the first question is, does the board believe that some reduction might be warranted? And if so, if not, then we move to deny the variance and they don't get a variance. But if you do believe that they should have something, then what is acceptable, or what would be the number that could be offered as a reflection of their proximity to a zone that would require 9 and the different concept that they're presenting?
This is just my thinking, but I feel like that is on the applicant to say to us, this is what we can deliver. What they've come to us is not acceptable to any of us, and I don't think we need to, I don't feel like we need to just on some random basis make a number of what we think is appropriate. We have strong opposition, valid opposition, even though it's a great innovative concept. But I think the applicant needs to really decide if they want that size and if they want that location. I think they need to try harder to make it work. I don't think we have to try to meet them in the middle.
So are your thoughts that, to me, that sounds like offer, a deferral for to the next meeting to say, meet with your neighbors, see if there's any middle ground, whatever that. I'm not going to propose a number because I don't have a number in mind. I just was thinking, so I don't want to skew the thinking, but to say, and then to further convince us that what they propose is the very best they could do, and we can decide if that's acceptable or not. Is that what I hear you saying?
A deferral, or if they want to get that information today, I'm willing to say that they may not be. But I agree, we haven't heard from the councilman. What we have heard from the councilman on behalf of the councilman sounded negative. I think it's an appropriate conversation to have. So I'm not opposed to either a deferral or asking for that information today.
Any other?
Well, we heard testimony that they had gone to every place possible, and this was probably the best they could come up with. So I don't know what would be the point of a deferral.
If it's going to be denied, then they can't move forward. And so a deferral would give them the chance to see if something might have changed with some of these other parking lot operators. That would be my thought. I think, I don't disbelieve that they've tried, but I just wonder if they're facing this not being approved versus a deferral, if they would prefer to try again.
Well, and it might be a different situation if, if 30 days from now they said, well, we really exhausted this and we have, 24, 28, 32, whatever that number is, spaces available to us, then again, that might match your point. Or they may come back in 30 days and say, 17 is all we have, and we want you to decide based on that.
Just trying to think creatively, and I don't know how hard it is to get the road that they're on, is that 4th? Get it permitted so that the residents that live on that road that are concerned would have their permit parking on the street. And that would maybe alleviate some of their concerns. Perhaps the applicant can help them get there so they would be more comfortable with the proposal. That could be a reason for a deferral to try to work that out. I mean, there are paid parking lots with about 45 to 48 spaces nearby. I'm not usually one that votes to approve parking variances, but I'm just trying to think here and try to offer some suggestions that might help with their situation. But I'm with you all. I'm worried about the neighbors, and I mean, I have trouble parking sometimes in my own reserved parking spots.
I mean,
and so I understand where the neighbors are coming from too.
Well, I mean, and just based on my sense of what I'm hearing, it seems like the two paths today are to deny the variance or to defer the case to allow the applicant to try to figure out something that's maybe more acceptable to the neighbors and or closer, hopefully much closer to the required number. And to me, that seems to be preferred because I think it is preferred to me because I think it is a good concept. It's something that I think we haven't all said, but those that have spoken about the concept have said that they thought that it was something that might be a good addition to the neighborhood. And that seems to be, to me, that seems to be the best option if those are the two paths. I don't think that, based on the comments, that anybody's prepared or willing to throw a number out that we would vote on. And I agree, because I agree with you, it's probably not appropriate for us to do that. So is that kind of where we are? Then I'll move that we defer this to the next meeting to allow the applicant additional time to work up a solution based on the comments and concerns that have been expressed here.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any other comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. No opposed. That passes 6-0. We defer this 1 month to the 18th, and we will rehear that, and you heard the comments and concerns. Thanks. Next case.
Before we move on to the next case, case 2019-288, involving property at 277 Old Hickory Boulevard. This was previously recommended for the consent agenda, but there was opposition. That opposition has withdrawn his opposition, so if you want to move this back to the consent agenda, this would be an appropriate time to do so.
Okay, I'll move that we put that case back on the consent agenda. Second?
Which one was it again? What was the number?
Case 288 on page 10. I believe it's on page 10. It's on page 10 of mine. So we have and that's a sidewalk case that, oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the church electronic message board that the council member said was okay, and the church specifically said it was part of their mission, which, as far as the Religious Freedom Act goes, I couldn't find a compelling government reason to deny it in the review of the case, and so therefore it was on the consent agenda.
Right.
So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, that motion passes. That case is approved.
Moving on now to case 2019-218 involving property at 1103 2nd Avenue South. This is a request from variances from the front setback, side build-to zone, and sidewalk requirements in order to construct a single-family residence without building sidewalks. The applicant has requested to contribute in lieu. Before you now is a zoning map showing the zoning as R6. Aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. This is the proposed site plan submitted by the applicant. And finally, the current conditions of the property as well as up and down the street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 218? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your case. Please identify yourself by name and address.
Josh Helmer, 1071 2nd Avenue South. Excuse me. So I'm asking for variances today to build a single-family home for front setback. This is a collector street, and the minimum is typically 40 feet. The majority of the houses on 2nd Avenue are new and have received this setback variance. Basically, we're asking it so that all of the houses fall in line with each other. The sidewalk variance, I've agreed 16 feet, which is actually more than deeper than the White House you see next to it. I believe that's at 11 feet. And then, well, to the right on the bottom picture on this That's an older house.
How far back is the house to the left in the bottom picture?
That's a MDHA house, and I'm not sure. I think it's probably, they might have complied with the setback. It might be 40 feet. It's kind of a small little square.
Okay.
The sidewalk variance wanting to pay into the in lieu of fee is basically just so we don't have a jog in the sidewalk. Planning sent a recommendation that they were fine with that.
So you agree with planning on the sidewalk variance?
Correct. Yep,
Okay.
paying into the in lieu of fee. That's what I was hoping.
And, and right of way, I think, is that?
And dedicating the right of way, yes. Yes, sir.
So that's taken care of, right?
Yep. And then the other one is kind of complicated. So this is under 5,000 square feet in the R6. So they want me to build to the 3-foot side setback rule. I would like to separate the houses, give the neighbors a little bit more space. So I would like a 5-foot side setback. I'm not asking for it to be less. I'm asking for it to be more.
And then how wide is the lot?
31 feet. So the house would be 21 feet wide.
I don't think you have to ask for it to be more, am I?
I was told
Yeah,
I
in
do
the
have
built-to
to.
zone, you do.
And this is the instance where the lot is under 7,500 square feet, and so therefore the code requires that you have to build up to 3 feet. So it's a kind of inverse or reverse setback, basically. It tells you how far you have to build and up to, rather than how setback you have to be.
Okay, so it requires building up to 3 feet, and you want to build up to 5 feet?
Correct. They would prefer that I have I guess it's a 25-foot wide house, and I would like a 21-foot wide house. Give the neighbors a little bit more space.
Okay.
All right, is that's it?
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, the council member said, just, hey, no, it's too many asks, but I think that, when it comes down to the specifics, it makes a lot more sense, especially since you're agreeing with planning on the sidewalk.
Agreed.
So are there any questions for the applicant? Then I will close the public, I'm sorry, did you have anything else to add?
Nope, that's it.
And there's
Thank
no
you.
opposition, so I will close the public hearing. Thoughts and comments?
And knock it out, or do we need to do them all?
I thought he was agreeing to pay into the in lieu of fund.
So that's really.
Well, I'll move that we approve the variance for sidewalk requirements since the applicants agreed to the conditions for planning.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sidewalk is done. Let's talk about the front setback and the side build-to zone. The build-to zone's, it's a strange one. We don't get that very often. We had it with a hotel where they wanted to put the parking lot in front, and they were in a zone where they, it made sense to give them a variance. I don't remember houses, but I mean, I generally support houses further away from each other than closer. We usually hear it, the argument we mostly hear is the other way. But tell us if I'm missing.
Mr. Chairman, just by way of unsolicited input on that, the origin of that practice of requiring a kind of a de facto build-to zone there is because the smallest lot widths you would usually see under any circumstances are 25-foot wide lots. So using a 3-foot build-to for your side setback yields a 19-foot wide house, a very narrow house, of course. Utilizing the more traditional 5-foot setbacks in those scenarios on a 25-foot lot would, of course, leave you with only 15 feet. So that's just completely unworkable from any sort of pragmatic approach to home building. Here, this is a slightly wider lot than those 25-footers that we occasionally bump into, which definitely merit that 3-foot build-to. Because there's a little more width, it's not as unreasonable a request as it might seem if somebody came in wanting to reduce the 3-foot build-to on the sides of the 25-foot wide lot. But because it is undersized as to the lot size requirement, it does hit that requirement. So as the appellant correctly stated, well, as he stated, it's what they want. We don't really have a want. We just got a law we have to follow. That is what the law requires in this instance. However, it is subject to a variance from this board if you deem it appropriate.
So a tall and not as skinny is what this might be. All right, so, but it's still with it would be a 21-foot house, and the house that you were talking about would have been a 19-foot house. So it's still a wider house than kind of that minimum that was thought about when that 25-foot lot, 3-foot build-to was envisioned. Okay, that's helpful.
I was going to make a motion. The applicant wanted to have a word. Is that okay?
Unless there's objection, we'll reopen the public hearing.
There was just two things. So one, I wanted to say the photo's a little deceiving. So the shrubs that are on the right-hand side in the photo are actually on the property. So it's a little wider than it looks. And then the other reason we're asking for the 5 feet instead of the 3 is when you try to give somebody a backyard, even though backyards are small in Nashville, and you put an air conditioning unit back there, it's loud. When you have the 3-foot side setback and you put it on the side of the house, they can't get past to cut their grass. So the 5 feet is also better for AC units and the ability to get back and forth between your front and backyard. Thank you.
We will reclose the public hearing.
I'm going to take a stab at a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I will move to approve the variance request for the front setback based on the fact the house will be placed contextually within the neighborhood, and the side build-to zone based on the fact that the width of the lot is unique based on the fact that the ordinance was written for a 25-foot lot, and this is a 31-foot lot.
We have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion, have a second. Is there any other comments or questions? All right. Let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand. Any opposed? That passes 6-0. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next case, 2019-229, involving property at 1212 Katy Avenue. This is a request for a variance from sidewalk requirements in order to construct a single-family residence without building sidewalks or paying into the fund. Before you is a zoning map showing the zoning of the property as RS5. Aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. This is the proposed site plan submitted by the applicant. And finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 229? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
Thank you for having me. I'm Scott Jones. I am a representative for Jonah Development, the owner of the property. When we initially purchased this property, the intent was to remodel the existing home. And as we got started on that process, our goal was to add a second floor. And during that process, we learned that the foundation just wasn't, it was really old, it wasn't sufficient. So we realized we had no choice but to basically remove the old home and shift forward into a new construction home. And that's the time when we learned about the requirement for sidewalks. We were concerned about that for a couple reasons. One, we happen to be sitting in a turn of the street, and when reviewing that with zoning and stuff, they also agreed it was kind of odd because the sidewalks would be really weird in front of our home because it would sort of be at an angle. And we thought, okay, yeah, that's a little odd. But then we also learned that all the homes on our side of the street, none of them that have been built new have done any sidewalks. Whereas the other side of Katy has existing sidewalks from the top of Fern all the way down to Weekly. So we felt like that there are sidewalks available, and for that reason, we were hoping that we could get permission to avoid building and paying for sidewalks on our side of the street. I think you had a little picture at one point up there that kind of showed the survey of where the sidewalks would be at an angle. You can kind of see about where our driveway sits is where that turn occurs. So the end of the driveway would actually end up sort of being at an angle when you're trying to pull in. We thought that also would contribute to some oddness associated to the front of the property when trying to sell it. So we were hoping to keep it more normal the way the rest of the street has currently sits. Thank you.
And, planning has recommended that we disapprove this request because you have the option of either building the sidewalk or paying into the fund. And so why would you not pay into the fund?
Well, I suppose that is an option. We did meet with Councilman DaCosta. He heard our case as well. He looked at it as well, came on site, and he agreed that we should have the ability to avoid that in both cases, said he would submit a letter to you guys for review, showing his support for us to avoid paying and/or building those sidewalks. Hopefully that has been received.
I don't see anything. No, we don't have anything.
Okay, sorry.
So we can, if you believe that would be helpful, we can defer this case till our next meeting if you would like to round up that, or we can decide today. But there's no letter there.
Does recommendations from councilmen usually help you guys in making decisions?
I can't say one way or the other. I don't know if it would, I don't know that it would be helpful or not. I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, so I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I just know we met him in person. He said that he would be happy to do that and that he would submit it. I assumed he did. So I did not realize that he had not. I'm prefer to just allow you folks to make a good decision today, and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else that you have to add?
I don't think so, but thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments? Or, okay, we'll close public hearing. And thoughts?
More sympathetic when you start with a reno, which does not require the sidewalk addition. But I think in this situation, and if you look at planning's recommendation, because the applicant is eligible to contribute, I feel like a contribution is necessary if he wants, rather, if that's the choice, rather than build the sidewalk. That's sort of my thought on it.
Well, and I understand that maybe the aesthetic issue of being in the corner, but I mean, I don't really, I don't think it bothered me.
Right.
So it's like, well, you know, just just how it goes. But it looks just from the site plan that it would be probably much cheaper to build it than to pay into the fund because of the driveway and everything else. But that's obviously up to them and their choice.
I'll make a motion that we deny the variance and that the applicant has the option to either build the sidewalk or contribute into the fund.
Can I make a friendly amendment that if the applicant contributes into the fund, that the right-of-way also be dedicated?
Yes.
Okay.
So amended.
Have a motion and have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Passes 6-0. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, 2019-243, involving property at 437 Dennis Drive. Is the appellant here on this case? 2019-243. Reginald McKeever. Mr. Chairman, this was on the last docket and he failed to appear, so it's up to the board how to proceed.
So this is the second time?
That's correct.
Then I'll move that we deny the variance requested because of the appellant not appearing before the board. Have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That motion's denied, or it passes. Variance denied.
Next case, 2019-259. We already heard that one. 2019-269, involving property at 1802 8th Avenue South. This is a request for a variance from sidewalk requirements. Mr. Dean is here on behalf of the appellant.
And I think this is the one where the appellant did agree to the planning recommendations, right?
The appellant did agree to the
That's
planning
correct.
recommendations, but there was some opposition.
Could I ask your indulgence 1 second? My client stepped out. I'll run out and get her and bring her right back. I apologize.
All right, well, let's.
Mr.
we've
Dean, I'll
been
go
here-
ahead and proceed with the presentation, but you can step out. It's just.
Or do we want to take a quick break? Let's just take a
Take a
quick
break,
5-minute
okay.
break. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll hear this case as soon as our break is done in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Requirements to conduct interior renovations to a structure. Before you now is a zoning map showing you the zoning of the property as CS. This is the aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. Proposed site plan submitted by the applicant. And finally, photographs showing you the current conditions of the property as well as up and down the street. There is opposition here, so each side will have 10 minutes. Mr. Dean, before you make your presentation, it appears that these recommendations from the planning department didn't make it to the board packet, so I'm just going to read those for the benefit
certainly.
of the board members. The planning department has recommended approval with conditions. First, that they maintain the existing sidewalks in a state of good repair per Public Works final guidance. Any portion of the existing sidewalks along the property frontage that is not ADA compliant is to be removed and replaced in kind with MPW Detail ST 210 sidewalk. And the second condition is if the site is redeveloped or sidewalks are triggered in the future, the redevelopment or site improvements shall incorporate appropriate site work to construct a sidewalk to current sidewalk standards unless a new sidewalk variance is granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Okay.
My name's George Dean. I'm a member of the Nashville Bar, and I'm here representing the applicant, Joni Elder. I might first note that some of you may recognize this case. It was here about a year ago, actually August of 2018. This is the doggy daycare out on Franklin Road. The board, at the time of the original hearing, granted the application for a special exception, limited it to 2 years. So she's rapidly coming up on the 2, we're almost a year in. I should also explain that she is a lessee. The lessor had some difficulties leaving the property and has delayed her getting in. That may be important later anyway. As you know from reading the agenda, this is a request to omit putting the sidewalks in and also to avoid contributing to the sidewalk fund. Again, we have no problems with the Planning Commission conditions. I want to emphasize something. I haven't talked to the property owner. Certainly, the maintenance of the existing sidewalk, as long as she's there, we would do that. The second condition about if the site is redeveloped, obviously, if she did that, if my client did that, then she would take care of the sidewalks. I don't think that this puts any burden on the property owner over and above what the property owner would always have anyway, so I didn't think there was any problem with it.
And it gives them the opportunity to ask for a variance
To come back.
regardless.
Yes, sir. So I just thought I'd mention that to make that clear. As the Planning Commission staff noted, the upgrading the sidewalk here seems somewhat premature. First, my client's going to do all work on the interior of the property. Really, there's not any exterior work that's going to be done. The area also does not lend itself to doing much with this sidewalk. It's hard to see on these photos, but while the subject property does sit back, a number of the properties on either side are virtually on top of the right-of-way. Eventually, I'm sure that those buildings will be raised and there'll be space for additional sidewalk, but right now there's not a whole lot. As you can see looking down on the top and bottom photographs, they come quite a ways towards the right-of-way there on Franklin Road. Now, our property does sit back, or I say the lessee does sit back from the property, and so there is room to do it there. I would mention that the real problem for her is the existing of a sign, an on-site sign advertising eventually the doggy daycare. And frankly, she hates to lose that sign. So one of the reasons here that we'd like not to expand the sidewalk is to avoid losing that sign. With regard to, I say that all in the course of saying that we'd like not to put the sidewalk in. With regard to making a contribution, part of the difficulty with that is, as I said before, she doesn't have much time.
Maybe I'm not following.
Oh, yeah, let me,
I didn't think they're asking you to make a contribution.
They're not.
they're not.
They're not.
Okay.
I was just
So-
proactively saying that one of the reasons to not do that is the fact that we only have a 2-year. We're going to be back in front of the board in about a year, hopefully asking for an extension on the special exception. It would make more sense possibly for the board to look at it at that point, once my client's been in the property. But at this point, to make the contribution, she might not be there much longer, and it doesn't seem very fair to do that. Anyway.
The planning department's not asking, but technically the ordinance requires a,
Right.
okay.
Anyway, that's really all I have. I'll take any questions that you might have.
Any quick?
What planning's recommendation, what part of that are you not, is your client not?
No, we're
Okay, that's what
They agreed to
Yeah.
plan's recommendation. There's some opposition here, and
Yeah,
so that's
it was
why
on the
we're-
consent agenda, but there was opposition, so we want to hear
Yeah,
from the
no,
opposition.
we're good with the planning commission recommendation. We agree with that.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll hear from the opposition.
Thank you.
And you will have some time for rebuttal, but we will announce that time when you get back because the clock is down the way. All right, the opposition can come and state your name and address and your thoughts on this case.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Linda Hartman. I live at 702 Wedgwood Park. We're happy with what the sidewalk people said. We just don't feel that it's gone far enough. We would like and feel like that it's important that when people do not put in the new required sidewalks, that in lieu of that they pay. It seems that our county is kind of short on money anyway, and to always, it appears very often, allowing people not to pay in lieu of, and that's what we would like to see, is just the payment in lieu.
Okay. Are there and this
And
is
I represent nearly 200 homeowners. There are 198 homeowners, and I represent 185 of them.
And this is this is an unusual recommendation from the planning department because it is almost always a recommendation that the applicant build or pay something. It's very rare that they recommend that they don't pay, and so that's something that we'll consider in our deliberation, but also recognize that if they do recommend not to pay, that there is some substantive reason behind that recommendation, but we certainly, that's not discounting your opinion about the need for the sidewalk.
We don't have a problem with not making a zigzag sidewalk. We just feel that in lieu of should be applied basically in all cases unless there's some extreme reason. And the fact that the variance is only 2 years is because there was so much opposition to the original request.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah. That's it.
How many of you are in opposition? I see you all.
Excuse me?
How many of you are in opposition?
I'm the only one here.
You're the
right
only
now.
one? Okay.
Yeah, there's no one else here.
We're not together.
Okay, y'all were sitting together. I wasn't quite sure.
We're separate case.
Thank you for clarifying.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that I've kind of already addressed the difficulty, and I think just leave it up to the board.
Okay.
Mr. Dean, I do have a question, though.
Yes, sir.
What's the hardship with paying to the in lieu of fund, other than the hardship that everybody that has to pay to the in lieu of fund has?
Well, ordinarily, you have a situation where it's either the owner of the property or a long-term commitment. And our problem here is that we're taking a big risk. We come back to the board in a year, might not be there anymore.
Because your client's under a lease, is that what you're?
No, the Board of Zoning Appeals in August of last year said she could be there, but for 2 years and would have to come back. That's a traditional thing for the board to do in a case like this. Some of the board members may recall several of the rock quarries and other places I've represented over the years have been hit with a 2-year provision similar to that. That's not very unusual. Anyway, that's the problem here. If it was the owner of the property, they would have the long-term benefit of making the contribution, and that would, regardless of what was actually out there. But here you're asking the lessee to do it, and the lessee may only be there because of the board's order for a fairly short period of time. She doesn't expect actually to get in there for another 4 months to get the renovations done. She hasn't accomplished that yet. So she may only have 10 months of operation between now and August of 2020 when the board's order will require to come back. That's what I was saying. It might make more sense to look at that again. We'll be back here in August of 2020. And at that time to consider whether in a position of those contributions would be required at that point. Because that way, if the board limits her to just the 1 year, if we come back in 2020 and she gets turned down, can't stay, then she would not have made the contribution. The owner at some point will have to do that when they redevelop the land. If the board grants a renewal of the special exception in August of 2020, it's not atypical for the board to extend the time there, say to 5 years. At that point, the board might consider imposing the requirement of making the contribution, because then she'd have a longer period of time to gain the benefit of making the contribution. Am I making any kind of sense there?
No, I understand.
That's really what I'm suggesting. Other than that, I don't think many of the cases you have that come before you, and I could be wrong, I'm not here all the time, but most of the time you don't have that 1 year time frame that the applicant's going to have on the property. To make the contribution and only have a year in the land, on the land itself seems a little unfair, but that's the only point I have.
And there's no way, I guess, under the lease that gets, your client can shift that to the owner. She's responsible for the renovation cost, I'm assuming.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I mean, and let me be clear, I didn't negotiate the lease for her. I'm just the zoning lawyer. But,
sure.
But if I were the landowner, I'm sure.
I'm sure the landowner's not going to want to pay for it. I understand that.
Any other questions? Anything else to add?
Nothing further.
We'll close the public hearing. And this, just for our new members that weren't part of that case or anybody that wasn't here, that this was a case that I think it really was deferred several times. There was a lot of negotiation. They were required, I think, to be 200 feet from a residence, and they were maybe 150. They were close for a doggy daycare. We restricted, there were a number of restrictions that we placed on the use as a doggy daycare, including no outside play area, which is what we felt like was the primary source of noise. So it is strictly an indoor facility, and the board at the time felt like that would negate the distance requirement. And that same year we had many doggy daycares that we heard, and people that were 600 and 800 feet from the outdoor play area were complaining about noise, and so restricting it to an all indoor place we felt like would alleviate that and be much more restrictive than even those places that could be, in AR districts or other districts that actually were probably causing more noise damage than this one we presumed would. But as a part of that, we said we'll do a 2-year variance to see if it works, and as a kind of out of respect to the neighbors, to say if there are issues in 2 years, then that'll give you a chance to address them, and we can help try to figure out a remedy before we extend the ability to have a doggy daycare. So that's where we were there. And it was on the consent agenda because they agreed to planning recommendations, and I think it should probably still be passed with my opinion is passed with planning recommendations, because it's extraordinarily rare that they make this type of recommendation. And I just respect I certainly respect the neighbors' point of view, and a lot of people say, well, agree with it, and I do respect that, and most of the time that's the point of view we have. But I think in this specific case, if planning said to make the recommendations they do, I'm perfectly fine with planning.
I think Mr. Dean mentioned something about if they come back up to have the variance extended, that can we condition the extension on them paying the in lieu of fee at that time? Because what he's concerned about, as I see it, is his client having to pay the in lieu of fee and then only being there really operational for 10 months. I thought, and maybe I misunderstood him, and y'all can correct me, but I thought what he was saying is that I didn't get that there was any opposition to when this variance comes up again to conditioning it on the in lieu of fund being paid at that time. Would we have to wait until that? I mean, I'm just afraid if that happens.
Well, then how about,
it is an unusual situation, but the in lieu of fund payment, and it's unusual, and I have not seen one where planning was willing to waive the in lieu of fee, but I also think it's just kind of, it's a hardship every time it falls on people, and it falls on people who think they're doing a renovation, and then it turns into be more than that, and that's just kind of the way it works. And so I'm uncomfortable waiving the in lieu of fee, except for planning is okay with it. That makes me feel okay with it, but I'm trying to figure out if there's a way here, because I thought Mr. Dean was maybe suggesting that if his client gets this variance, that there is a way we can condition the payment of the in lieu of fee on that, but maybe I misheard it.
yeah, I think
I might step in at this point, and Mr. Michael or Mr. Poole may correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe if you grant a variance on this property, that variance runs with the land. So I'm not sure if a different request is before you unrelated to the sidewalks. If the special exception request comes before you next year that's unrelated to the sidewalks, I'm not sure you can retroactively condition something that's not properly before you, and therefore retroactively change what you're granting today. So I think your choices would be to require the in lieu today, or grant the variance, or deny the variance.
But the variance does have a condition that anticipates a future sidewalk.
Right. As the law exists now, new construction would trigger the sidewalks again, and then they would have to come back before the board for a variance. And at that point, it would be properly before the board, and you could consider in lieu or not in lieu, or sidewalk issues. But I'm not sure you could consider the sidewalk on an issue that's not related to sidewalks.
Okay. Well,
But can we defer the payment into the in lieu fund for 10 months or whenever they come back for the special exception?
You mean require that they pay the
In lieu fee when they come back and file the special exception? And can we defer paying the fee a couple months?
You mean, and then if you don't grant the special exception, then the fee, would they still be paying the fee?
Would not be paying the fee.
So require in lieu in 10 months if they're given a special exception, but if they're not given the special exception, then don't require it?
Correct.
Let me offer this thought. The board has the ability to put timestamps as one of the types of conditions that you can pin on variances. Theoretically, if the board were so inclined, you could, in fact, grant a variance for X number of months, say 18 months, which would bring the project back before you at the end of that, or before the end of that 18-month window, whereby a sidewalk requirement would be back in place unless the board took different action at that time. So a temporary reprieve of sorts may be more in line with where Mr. Pepper and subsequently Ms. Carpenter were taking the conversation a little bit there. Does that seem to speak to some of the ideas you were having?
I was trying to figure out how procedurally we do this. So you're saying it could be, say that again, we
Basically, a temporary grant of variance for a defined period of time. Seems that the wise move might be to make that a period of time slightly longer than the amount of time remaining on the existing conditioned time of the special exception. Mr. Dean spoke to that time. I'm sorry, I missed the detail.
I think he said it was a year.
If it's a year remaining, then maybe you do something just a little bit longer than that, so that when the matter comes back, they could also file for a variance at that time for what I'm sure they would probably want as a permanent variance from the sidewalk requirement. Again, that will be dependent upon the state of the law at that time, but nevertheless, that would handle the matter in the way that you seem to be seeking today.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Mike, just to help the board, the hearing was on August 2nd. The board's order was dated August 7th of 2018. So those are the dates that the special exception and variance were granted last time. So if you're trying to push it out to that, the actual dates are August 7th was the date of the board's order.
So the August 7th, 2020.
Yeah.
So if y'all want to go a few months past that, as you were just discussing, you might do November or December of 2020.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Is there a motion?
I would move to grant a temporary variance according to what the Planning Commission has recommended until November 20th, 2020. I hope I got that procedurally correct. I tried.
All right, there's a motion, and
I'm going to second, then ask a question. So are you saying that they follow the planning department's recommendation now, and then it comes back before us in November of 2020 to consider payment into the in lieu fund or whatever happens to be law at
if
that
the
time?
law required them, if the law required in November 20th, 2020 for them to come before us, then they would have to come before us. If the law didn't require it, then they wouldn't. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that your
that-
motion?
That's my motion.
Okay. I'll still second that.
Okay.
Have a motion, have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, next case.
Before we move on to the next case, quick announcement. Cases 2019-272 and 2019-273. Properties at 525C Moore Avenue and 527C Moore Avenue. Those cases have been withdrawn by the appellant.
Can you say those numbers again?
2019-272 and 2019-273.
Okay.
Moving on now to case 2019-270 involving property at 916 Kirkwood Avenue. This is a request for variances from side and rear setback to construct an addition to a single-family home. Is the appellant here? Yes. Okay. Before you is a zoning map showing the zoning of the property is R8. Aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. This is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. And finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property as well as up and down the street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 270? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
Councilman Sledge had asked for a deferral. Did anybody get anything different than that? Okay. Can I ask if you've had any communication with your councilman?
Yeah, we contacted him this week. So to our fault, we didn't know that we needed to have his approval.
Sure.
And he was busy.
You don't, we just like.
So we communicated back and forth a little bit. I think he was a little bit busy. And so we submitted this to him and hadn't heard back. And so I know the next date is in July. It's 3 days after I'm due. So I was hoping that if we need to defer it, we will. I mean, we'll do whatever the board recommends, of course, but we were hoping to just at least get in front of the board and talk to you guys. And then if in the event that we need to defer it, we'll do that.
I just wanted to ask, thank you.
Okay, yeah, if you would state your name and address and tell us about the hardship you have for requesting such a dramatic variance.
Sure. So Alexa and Elliot Herbold were the owners at 916 Kirkwood. We've lived there for 6 years now. We would like to add to the rear of our home a garage, a 2-car garage, and an office because I work from home. And we're trying not to move from the property. The property was one lot, and I think they made it into 2 single-family lots. So we are a single-family lot, but it is short in the back. And on the side, it's a little bit narrow. So our ability, when we put the garage in, for us to back out appropriately with enough space and come back in is the need for some of the side setback. And then the rear setbacks for the space to have the two-bay garage. And then recognizing, I think that you mentioned, Mr. Taylor, in terms of it is 1 foot 9 inches from one part of the lot, but if you notice, the lot is angled in the rear, so it's really 7 feet from the property line on the other end. So it's not 1 foot all the way around. Does that make sense? And then in addition to that, if you'll notice on the plot line, when when our house was originally built, there was an alley, I think, in the back, or there was, you'll see on the, right there, the alley ends right at our lot line. Well, our lot line was built, or our property was built sort of into the alley, so our fence actually extends about 8 feet beyond our property line because it's halfway into the alley. So that 1 foot, even on that one corner, that 1 foot is not up to my neighbor's lawn, right? We still have 8 or 9 feet. We have a shed back there right now, which you'll see on this thing, on the survey, that's still behind our property line, like that sits behind our property line currently, and then our fence is 2 or 3 feet behind that. So I recognize the egregiousness of the 1 foot, but it's not all the way around the garage, and then also because of the angle of the lot, and then beyond that, there's 8 or 9 feet, I think, of green space where there's a fence, and then there's a little bit of space, and then a fence and our neighbor behind that.
And so the concrete that exists, you're not adding any concrete to the lot? It's
No, sir.
kind of the existing concrete?
Correct.
And
Correct.
it looks like part of your driveway goes into the neighbors.
Correct.
You have an easement for that, it looks like, as part.
Correct.
But that's all existing. I mean, none of that's before us, but that's all, that's not in the plans. That's the reality.
Correct, yeah, and there was, when we bought the house, they didn't have the survey done, I think maybe because it was a new build, and so we didn't recognize, I think, that concrete was there. I think it was just existing over time that they had that position, and so that easement had existed. And then similarly with the fence in the rear, that was prior to our house being built, and the previous owner kept that fence, and so that's why it still exists halfway into the alley beyond our property line. So visually, when you look down, it's a lot further than technically our property line is. I don't know if you can see that in the picture or not, but.
Have you talked to the neighbor on the 2.5-foot side?
Yeah, we have. She's actually selling on the right. We talked to both neighbors on the left and the right, and she's actually selling the house, but she has had no opposition. She's very well aware of what our plans are.
And then the other neighbor who's not really impacted, but they didn't have what were their
No, sir.
thoughts?
No, they're excited. We're actually really close with them, so part of the reason we don't want to move is we love where we live and we want to be able to expand there. And so both neighbors on both sides have been very supportive of what we plan to do.
Okay. Any questions? Is there anything else you have to add or like to add?
No, sir.
I would like to ask a question. Do you have any comments that Councilmember Sledge made to you when you had discussions with him?
When we wrote him, he said, "What are you trying to do?" I explained what we were trying to do, and I said, "It's a 1 foot 9 or 1 foot 9 inch setback," and he said, "That's tight." And we replied and said, what I just said, it's not 1 foot all the way around, it's really 7 feet, and then he just had not had the chance to respond. And I sent him this and followed back up, and he has not had the chance. It was the night of budget, I think. He said, "I'm really busy with what budget's going on," and so he has not had the chance to reply to that. So he did not strongly oppose anything or submit any opposition. He just did not have the chance to reply, and I did not want to ask him 17 times on budget night, so
Thanks.
we didn't get there.
For the side setback, why do you need a 2 foot, is it 2 foot 6 is what you're requesting? Setback fee?
Yeah, 2.4, and I think 2.6 would be remaining because I think it's a 5 foot setback. But it's for us to be able to pull out, like that existing concrete that Mr. Taylor was referencing, for us to be able to, we both have sort of longer cars, right? So for us to be able to pull out and back, actually have enough space to pull in and out of that garage. It's supposed to be a garage. It leaves us more space that way for us to be able to pull into that little bay area at the top and reverse out.
But the side setback is on the other side. It's on the back side of the garage, not by where you pull out.
So we would pull out, do you mind if I step up? So our driveway comes this way, so we would pull in and pull out. If this was pushed forward 2 and 4 feet, it would limit where we can pull in and out.
What's this dimension right here? And why can't you just cut it like this? Would you not have room for a car, or
Yeah,
what
so
is
the
that
depth-
dimension here? I don't,
The depth of the garage is 24 feet?
Correct.
so from here to here is 24 feet.
Correct. So if we push that 24 feet forward by 2 feet, it would limit, like, it would be like a 3-point turn for us to get out of the garage versus us being able to pull out and like back into this area.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Any other questions? Did you have anything else to add?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Comments? The first impression definitely is, I agree with the councilman. It's like, boy, it seems tight, but it's not the first case by any means that we've had where the story's different than the surface of the application, where you have an abandoned or an alley that is split between the two neighbors and not technically in part of the property, but would, provide reasonable space. So I don't really, I'd like our architect's thoughts on the side setback, but I don't really have as much, I don't have an issue with the rear setback, but I'd like to.
Well, a 24-foot deep garage is not unusual. I think that's reasonable. And I understand in the back, the lot lines are regular. So I think it's okay.
Is that a motion, or?
I don't wish to make one, but I probably would support one.
I'll make a motion that based upon the narrowness of the lot, the fact that there's an alley behind the property line creates a hardship, and we grant the variance both to the side and rear setback as requested.
And the abandoned alley, I guess is what.
Abandoned alley.
And I second that.
I have a question about the motion. So it's an abandoned alley, but sometimes alleys get rebuilt. Will this structure impact any future reclaiming of the alley? Like the addition? That's my only question.
I think it's still 2 feet off the property. It's not in the alley. It is on the it's still contained within their property.
Okay.
But it's, I don't think we've had people that have asked for variances for fences that weren't on their property. We're like, we can't tell you can put property or fence off of your property. So we can't allow them to build off their property, but we can allow them to build up to the line. So it's still contained. So I can't speak to what would be involved in reclaiming it, but it is totally on their property.
Okay. That was
That's
my
a
only question.
good question, though, because oftentimes Metro is moving to reclaim or to make alleys wider. So that is a good question. And it probably would prohibit this alley being made wider, but it is in a residential area where you're not going to have probably a moving truck coming by where they need that space in the alley.
Any other thoughts or comments? We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Next case.
2019-274 involving property at 2924 Torbit Street, requesting a variance from setback requirements to maintain an existing residence. Before you now is a zoning map showing you the zoning of the property is RS5. This is the aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. Proposed site plan for this project as submitted by the applicant. And finally, photographs showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 274? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
Sure. Is this on?
Therese Whittington, my address is 832 Berwick Trail in Madison. So we are here basically so that we can, it's already a separate lot, sell it off to a builder, and I don't want to market something that's not a buildable lot. So that's essentially why we're here. I don't have a plan to build on it. The plan is to sell the lot to a builder.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, and it looks like you have, there already exists an easement.
Yeah, so there were steps on the side there. They've been removed, and the parking has been placed in the back.
But the building is over the lot line.
But I don't have, I'll pull it up on the survey, but yes. The back corner, like, I think it's about 3 feet.
So I guess
It's a separately, so back on the old plats, we quit claim deeded. It's actually a separate lot. So I want the ability to know that somebody could build on it.
Okay, yeah, but okay. I guess I'll ask my legal counsel and zoning staff, I mean,
If the plan is to sell it to bulldoze the house, then...
No, we're not tearing down the triplex. We're renting that.
Yeah, okay.
So you want to sell it to maintain the structure that straddles the lot lines?
So I want to keep the triplex because we're renting the triplex out, but the other lot I'd like to be able to sell off so that it's buildable.
You want to sell lot 39?
Correct.
Okay.
And, okay, so time out. Let me ask a question to our counsel. I mean, I guess I don't understand how you can, even if there's an easement, how you can have a building straddle a lot, sell it as a buildable lot, then what becomes the side setback for that lot? And it seems like you would still have to be 6 feet from that building, and so...
So I've got 40, yeah, sorry.
Question to my staff, to my legal counsel and staff, so we'll be back with you
Sure.
in a minute, but I want to understand this first.
So I believe that this lot line was reestablished, and that created the straddling of the lot line.
Because it says an easement, so it doesn't say a new plat.
Right. So presumably, when it was reestablished, they granted an easement, and it was mapped, and they granted that easement. And
I mean, it
the
looks like
zoning administrator may have more clarity on where the side setback would start if this is granted.
Yeah, I mean,
from
according
the
to
house or
this,
from the lot line.
Yeah, 1.5 feet of the home, of the structure is over the line in the front, and 3 feet 4 inches is over the line in the back. And there's an easement that associates it with the other lot, but I guess the question still is, how does lot number 39 ever become a saleable, buildable lot with the structure crossing the lot line?
Although it's entirely possible that there's a way to accomplish that with the recording of the appropriate easements involving lots 38 and 39 as shown on this easement exhibit, initially it's not entirely clear that the reestablishment of the lot lines was in fact legally permissible. I don't doubt that our friends at planning reviewed that carefully before mapping it accordingly, so presumably it made it from point A to point B in terms of getting into that status. As to the setbacks for what is here shown as lot 39, and I think is addressed as 2924 Torbit, at first blush, it feels a bit preemptive to seek a setback variance where there is no site plan for construction, when instead the notion of a sellable lot, not an issue in play with the Board of Zoning Appeals, likely does not require a side setback, but instead just requires a clean title on the property. That's kind of the question. If the board wants us to dig deeper into some of these kind of tangential questions, we're happy to do so. Naturally, we would want to do so kind of not in real time and not with copies of the law in front of us and the parcel history in front of us. Yeah. But if you feel like that would be helpful, we're happy to dig in and try to get you more substantive answers on those questions.
Well, that's what it seemed like to me, that this is a little premature and that there's some unanswered questions, and that,
sure.
that you all need some more time to figure this out with the applicant. Is that?
Well, also, it's sort of preemptive, and I feel uncomfortable just as a general matter, granting a setback without a site plan. Like, it just seems sort of, I don't know.
Well, and I guess I'm not sure what setback, I mean, it sounds like we're asked for the setback on the property that has the home, the building, is that right?
39, I think.
It's on 39. It doesn't have a structure.
Oh, well, yeah, we wouldn't have any idea what to do on that. This is 74.
Can the lot line, not by us, but can the lot line be reestablished somewhere else on lot 39? I think that might make that lot smaller than R5 or RS5 zoning, but is that a possibility?
The interior move of an interior lot line like that, other than a mere reestablishment of that which was originally platted, is something that goes through the planning department and happens pursuant to their subdivision regulation guidelines. And that is ultimately with powers given to them through state law, and then the locally adopted subdivision regs guide all of that. Mere restoration of the originally platted lot line does not require all of that process, and that's why they were able to do it, presumably why they were able to do it that easily. Again, I wasn't part of that process, so I don't know in this particular instance. Can that be moved? Theoretically, yes. Would it involve the codes department, zoning staff, or the Board of Zoning Appeals? No.
Well, and I think what I'm hearing is that there's an awful lot of confusion. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I know what you would like to do, but I don't know that that has translated into a specific ask to say, you know, if you're wanting to move the lot line, that's a planning department process. If you were selling this lot to a builder who had a site plan to say, this is what I'm going to build, and this is how close it is to your existing building, and we want a variance to accommodate that in the easement, then that's something that is tangible we can consider. Right now, it is very much a hypothetical. I've got 2 lots with a building straddling in the middle of it, and I want to be able to sell one of the lots. And we're not in a spot to answer that today.
Okay, so can I clarify? Maybe I'm confused as to what I was supposed to be asking for. Can I give you a little insight as to why I'm here and why I'm proposing this?
I think you already have, but I mean, what
Well,
do you...
I mean, I want a little bit more clarity. I'm a real estate agent, right? I don't want to market something that's not clearly buildable to sell. So I don't want to, this was marketed to us when it was purchased, that this was a buildable lot. And then we were told that we would have to go through zoning in order to be able to do that. Now, we went through an attorney who quick claimed it and separated it as a lot. So can I clearly sell it with clear marketable title? Yes, I can. But do I want to...
We don't answer that question.
Okay, fair enough.
Your title
Okay.
attorney who does title work all day long
Correct.
for a living and who you pay to be your attorney
Correct.
will determine that.
Okay,
We
all
don't
right.
want to have any, let me
Okay,
finish.
go ahead.
We don't want there to be any mistaken impression that the board gives advisory opinions vis-a-vis clean title, sellable property, et cetera. They don't.
Okay.
It's not part of their legal jurisdiction, so they won't, nor do we in this instance. So I didn't want that to be in any way unclear as you kind of sped through the process.
Okay.
And so here's, I will make a motion that we defer this, and you can, our next meeting is the 18th of July. If you think you can come to an answer that may or may not need to come back before us before then, that's fine. Otherwise, it can go to the first meeting of August. And that will give you time to meet with the zoning and or planning staff to tell you what the exact path you need to go down to achieve your goal. But that's not, like I said, we can't do that today because based on what you've submitted and the property, there's not enough information for us to decide. So you have the choice of July 18th or August, the first meeting of August.
I guess I'm just confused because I went to zoning and planning and this was the advice I was given, was to go for an appeal.
Okay, then you have as much information. I guess I can't repeat what I've just said, but you've heard what you just said, and I will say, and this is not to be critical, but there's nothing I've been on this board 7 years, and there's nothing from the site plan or your application that gives me 1 ounce of information to make a variance based on any kind of hardship, and there's nothing that tells me what you're going to build, and there's really no information for me to make a decision. And so I understand that you got that advice, and I'm not being critical of you. I mean, I know it's got to be frustrating to think you're doing the right thing and understand that you're not, but I'm just telling you there's no way that I can make a decision, and I think based on the comments that my fellow commissioners have said too, that they're in the same situation. So I'm asking you what is most convenient for you, July 18th or August 6th, in terms of, is it August? I don't know what the first day of, August 1st, in terms of a deferral, and that would give you time to talk to the code staff, talk to the planning staff, find out, share your story, tell them what you want to do, and they can help get you to the right path. So when you do come back here, you'll have a more accurate picture to portray to us.
I think what I'm hearing is I don't need to come back here. Whoever buys it needs to come back here.
That may be the spot too.
Okay. I think I was missing.
So you can withdraw the case, and that way you don't have to come back, or or we can defer it a month and let you. That means you don't have to pay again if you decide you do need to come back.
Let's defer, because here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on the market in the interim.
That's fine. You don't need to tell us that. I will make a motion that we defer this 1 month to the 18th, and you decide if you come back or not.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor, say aye. We're done. Good luck.
Okay, cool.
Next case is 2019-278. Involving property at 36 Shepherd Street, requesting a variance from the front setback as well as the lot size requirements. Before you is the zoning map showing the zoning of the property as R6. Aerial photography showing you the surrounding area. Proposed site plan submitted by the applicant. And finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 278? Seeing none, Mr. Helmer, you have 5 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
Good to see everybody again. Josh Helmer, 1071 2nd Avenue South. So this one is a little different than the last one. This is another lot that we purchased that is considered undersized. There was a house there back in the day. I want to say maybe 85% of the lots on Shepherd Street are all platted this way, 25 feet wide by about 140 feet deep. We've gotten variances on 16 and 18 before to build houses because there were houses there. So basically what I'm asking is to be grandfathered in as a buildable lot because there was a house and then a front setback of, I believe, 14 feet. The site plan, I believe, shows the averages of the front setback, I think at like 17.5 for the whole street, so we're really only asking for about 3.5 feet.
I'm sorry, what, I have a variance from side setback is the only thing that you're, I'm sorry, never mind, on the wrong case.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the paperwork.
No, sorry. So you have I have two variances, setback and build-to zone. So what?
I think that there was a lot of confusion with the filing of this application. I think what he's asking for is a 3-foot variance from the front setback. The contextual setback requires a 17-foot setback, and he's requesting a 14-foot setback. The build-to zone was apparently not what he's asking for, and he's also asking for a variance from the lot size. The current lot size is 3,360 square feet. The minimum for a legally non-conforming lot is 3,750. So he's asking for approximately 300 feet to go below the legal minimum.
Yeah, I think when the application got filled out and then maybe the paperwork got sent out, something got mixed up. But the variances should be for, to be grandfathered in with the undersized lot and then a front setback.
Well, and I know that the council member.
Mr. Helmer, if I could interrupt briefly,
Absolutely.
Did you, when you sent the notice letters, did it include the lot size?
I honestly don't know because when the emails get sent to me, I just forward to FedEx and they print for me and then I mail them out.
Well, let me
There may be
take-
a notice issue in this
Well,
particular case.
All right, so here, the council member Sledge had asked for a deferral, and I know we had reached out to you to see if you would talk to the council member or defer it, and I think that the response was, well, you already had another case on that, you already have to be here anyway, so you'd like to at least present your case.
Exactly.
Which I totally appreciate. But given the potential notice issue, the fact that the lot size variance was not on our docket or on any of the materials that we have, and the request of the council member, I think we should defer this till July if,
And just to the extent there, we will look into it on our end. If there are notice issues, if the lot size request was not properly noticed, we'll need to renotice it. We could do that by July 18th, but the letters would need to be sent out again to make sure that neighbors are given the legally required
well,
notice.
I will make a motion that we defer this till July 18th. And if for some reason there's a notice issue that requires it to go to August 1st, then that's certainly acceptable too. But we'll defer this case to July 18th.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any comments or?
I have a comment for the applicant. Without a site plan, I'm having trouble, I think it'll be trouble for me to vote in favor of the the contextual.
There
I don't have
should be.
I don't have it. Oh, I don't know why.
It was submitted late, so it's not in your packet.
Yeah, and I think that's the first one we have updated with the averages, so you guys will have everything for the 18th.
It would be helpful to actually see the other structures in relation. However, you can get that to us, if it's on an aerial or.
Yeah,
something.
absolutely.
That's just my recommendation based on what I've seen in the packet today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That we will see you next month.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is case 2019-286. This is involving property at 1639 Emerald Drive, requesting variances from sidewalk and front setback requirements in order to construct a single-family home. Zoning map showing you the zoning of this property is RS15. Area photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. Site plan submitted by the applicant, and finally, the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property as well as up and down the street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 286? Yes, so that each side will have 10 minutes. Ms. Capehart, you can come forward and make your desired presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address, and if you'll give me a second, I'll try to pull up what you gave me.
Okay. Okay. It's Tiffany Capehart, and address is 2940 Baby Ruth Lane, Unit 5, and that's Antioch, Tennessee, 37013. Thank you. All right, so I'm here today. This is actually for my husband and myself. This is for our personal home, and I'm going to make sure, there we go. And so I'm going to say next slide, is it okay? Okay, so we're asking for a variance to the side, to the front yard setback, and then the sidewalk regulations have been triggered now, and so we're asking for a variance from the having to build a sidewalk and paying the in lieu fee. So I just want to go over the hardships that support the request. So the land use policy is T3 neighborhood evolving. It's zoned RS15, so it's a single family lot, minimum 15,000 square feet. And this is just showing you the land use policy. It's in the Bordeaux area. It's suburban. There's some floodplain at the very end of Emerald Drive, which is at this time is a dead end street, and the lot is in red. There's this closer view with all the vegetation on the lot. So the lot does have mature trees and a lot of shrubbery around the side and rear property lines. And this is a view from the aerial maps. Okay, so the setback variance was requested due to there being a required contextual setback of 68 feet along this street. This lot is only 100 feet deep. Other lots on the street and in the area are 200 to 300 feet deep, maybe even more than that, but that's kind of on average. So with the 20-foot rear yard setback, that reduced the depth of any permitted building envelope to be only 12 feet. So we absolutely need the front yard setback in order to have a building envelope to build, a single-family home. Okay. In October 2016, the BZA did grant a 29-foot setback variance. So this setback variance was approved on this property previously. The current owners, or the owner at the time, just did not pull any building permits, so the variance expired after that two-year. So if you go back, I'm sorry.
Ask you a question real quickly, Anna, and I remember that case, and I remember there were a lot of neighborhood opposition to the case. But why were you requesting a greater variance than what we granted 2 years ago?
Sure. The reason why is because we're working with the builder. We have not, because we were trying to wait to see what happened here. You know, we're looking at homes that are about 1,600 square feet. We just wanted enough room in the event that we come up with something and we're like, oh, shoot, we need this much space. So they asked for what would have left them like a 41-foot building depth. We're asking for a setback that will allow a 55-foot building depth. And again, that was a request just so that we have room and space to work with the builder on what we're going to build.
Could you live with the
41?
The original
I think so. Our townhouse right now, I'd stepped it out. We're at 30 feet, and we've got a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. So I would love to have enough space to, have a play area or something off. Just we want enough space in order to design the home that we need for our family. So if that's and again, the neighbors, I think, are concerned that we're going to build a tall and skinny. That's not what we're wanting to build.
Well, and I guess, and part of the challenge with this lot was it was divided a long, long time ago from if I remember, again, the pictures reminded me of the case, but there was a house that faces the other, not Emerald, but the other street, the house on the corner, and they subdivided the back part of that lot.
Yeah.
It's not a whole lot different than the 3 houses that are across the street. So your rear setback is, would it be equivalent to the side setback of the house on the corner? So I think that what we had talked about with the applicant before was that maybe it made more sense to be further back from the street and even maybe offer a rear setback if you needed more depth, so it would have less, imposition on the neighbors and their thoughts of wanting to maintain that contextual overlay. Because if I remember the testimony, it's been a good little while, but if I remember it, I remember the neighbors talking about once you get past your lot, then the homes have very deep. They're very large lots. It's a historic neighborhood that's been around for a long, long time. They have very wide lots, very deep lots, and that was one of the things that they wanted to maintain. And we certainly recognized the trees in between your lot and where the neighborhood starts to become much bigger, and as an important buffer, and wanting to create a lot that maintain that. But I remember it being really, really important to push that house as far possible back as it could be, kind of out of respect for the neighbors' concerns, even though I think that they still would have preferred not to have anything there, and I respected that. But that was the reason that we really wanted that house back as far as it could go.
And I don't think my husband, he's not here, but I'm gonna speak for him. I think we'd be okay with that. Again, I was just trying to make sure we had enough, room. Not to say we're going to build a 55-foot long house, but enough room to, have to design. But I think the 41 feet would be fine. So I think we'd be fine with the variance that was, the original, variance, yeah.
I did interrupt you mid-presentation, so I apologize. So you may have, there may be more slides.
There are.
Okay.
Okay. So if we want to go with the original variance that was granted, I think we would be okay with that, and we'll just work with our builder to make that work. Okay, so the next slide. Also, since that time, Metro has passed the sidewalk ordinance, and so right now we're being required to either pay in lieu or build a sidewalk. And the physical hardship here is, like you were saying, are the mature trees. So in that 2016 BZA approval, as part of that, the mature trees on the site were to remain, and so a sidewalk would be challenging to construct because it would significantly impact the mature trees on the site. So not building a sidewalk aids in the preservation of the mature trees on the site, which we want to keep also, honestly. And due to the shallowness of the lot, the construction of the sidewalk, which would have to be a 4-foot planting strip, a 5-foot sidewalk, would detract from green space along Emerald Drive. So we know that the character of Emerald Drive and keeping that open and green space is what's important. That's what we would like to see too, honestly. And putting a sidewalk in there would detract from that. The lot conforms to suburban development. The neighborhood's characteristics are open, wide lots with significant setbacks. And because this is already a shallow lot, a sidewalk being the only lot on the suburban street with the sidewalk would further create an anomaly on the street. So we don't want it to be extremely out of character. Okay. This map is showing the sidewalk requirement zone, and so of the lots, you can see the lot that is in question is starred, and we are one of 7 lots on that street that face Emerald that would be triggered into building a sidewalk. So this requirement is not going to say, hey, this whole street needs sidewalks. It's just these 7 lots at the front of Emerald. And so we would be the only one of 7 that would have, possibly in the future have sidewalks. All the other existing sidewalks are 1 mile away. So this is a photo looking, I guess, going, down Emerald from Hyde's Ferry. This is kind of mapping out what a 4-foot planting strip, 5-foot sidewalk. I did meet with Stormwater. Initially, we were thinking that we were going to have to do a whole pipe and drain system with this sidewalk. He did some calculations at his desk, and he said, you may not have to do that, but what you might have to do is put the sidewalk, and at the back of the sidewalk, put another swale so that the water will still drain down Emerald Drive. And so with all of that said, we don't know what that dimension would be, but the sidewalk would already be at the very front of that mature tree there. Any additional drainage would then impact its root systems and all of that. So we really don't want to have to do that. And just so that you had proof that we measured. We actually went out and measured it, my husband and I.
And then those are the mature trees that we're...
Yeah, so that's the tree that's the most impactful, and that's the one that's at the front of the property. And that picture is as you're looking out towards Hyde's Ferry, so. Okay, so these are just character photos. So this is a picture of Emerald Drive looking towards Hyde's Ferry. And then the neighbor who lives in this house, she's actually here, but I just wanted to take a picture to show everybody just what the character of the development is around. The next picture is looking all the way down. Emerald, oh, there's another house. Okay. Yeah. This is a picture looking down Emerald Drive. Again, as you can see, the lots are larger. It's suburban development. We want to, whatever we do here, we want to keep in character with what's there, and we think a sidewalk would just look very much out of place on this street.
If I could just briefly interrupt, the time has run out, so it's up to the board if you want to give her as well as the opposition some additional time.
Okay.
I'm sorry. The timekeeper didn't realize there was opposition, so you've got 5 more minutes.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be fast. I'll keep going. You can keep to the next slide. Okay, again, the next slide, this is just showing you that we would be the only house in this area with a sidewalk in front of it, which would look very out of character. You can go to the next slide. And if a sidewalk is built, not only will the lot be unique in its shallowness, it will also be the only lot, possibly for many years, with the sidewalk to nowhere, making it an even more of an anomaly in the neighborhood. In the variance application, it talks about, cost can't be the sole factor. You can mention it as a consideration. And so I did want to mention that, with the 114 feet of frontage, the in lieu fee on this lot is $17,000, and that's 10% of our build budget. And so there's changes to the ordinance that's coming up, and I double-checked to see kind of how that might impact us in the future. We're looking at $17,000 versus $36,000. Or $36,000 versus $17,000. So I just wanted to give the board an idea of, if the in lieu fee were reasonable, we will probably pay it. But $17,000 is a lot of money. So.
Okay.
All right. So that's in summary the hardships. I don't want to take up any more time.
Well, and we can discuss this too, but it may make sense if I know there's pending legislation and you don't. I don't think you have to fully have your sidewalk variance done until you get your use and occupancy, and so it may be in your interest to defer that until the legislation passes. Is that fair enough? But so we can talk that through.
And I can say I'd like to because we have now been under contract on the property for about 2 months, and so we don't want to delay any further, but we do want to be able to do something and then figure out sidewalks later if that's possible.
Okay.
But,
and we can discuss that, but I think that is a possibility. But so you have, I think, a little bit of time
3 minutes and 35 seconds.
to rebut, and unless there are questions from the panel, from the
can
commissioners.
I say one more thing before the?
You can. It counts against your time, but you can go.
Okay. We are not building a tall and skinny. I just want to make that very clear. We want to respect the character of the neighborhood. I think that was some of the concerns that we talked with the neighbors in the back. We're looking at a house that's maybe a 1 story and a half, just enough to have bedrooms and maybe a little bonus space up top, something that's, traditional in character. We're not looking, or even mid-century modern, because that's kind of the ranch style that's on that street. We're not looking to do a tall and skinny house. Okay.
Thank you very much. And now we will hear from the opposition.
Well, it's evening, isn't it?
Well, yeah, good afternoon and welcome back. I think I remember some familiar faces. So if you could tell us your name and address, and based on what you heard from the applicant, what your concerns and opposition are.
My name is Dolores Donegan. I'm at 1631 Emerald Drive. That was the home you saw next to the lot. So, I have a lot of concerns as well as my neighbors. As was said before, no, we do not want sidewalks. Our street is so narrow, sometimes one car have to wait till the other one get up the hill before the other one can pull out. So sidewalks wouldn't be one of the added features we would want there. And I was happy when Tiffany said she wasn't building a tall, skinny, and that she wanted to sort of let things blend in with the neighborhood, because this has been a big concern of ours. One of the things I am concerned about, when it rains and the water washes down, hopefully it won't cause more wash down to the property. And those trees up there, I believe it was said those trees would be left there.
Yes, ma'am. Well, when you all came, I think there was another person who was wanting to build on the property a couple years ago, and I remember, I hope I remembered and represented what I thought were both sides. And I remember that when we agreed to allow them to build, that there were a number of conditions, which, do we have those? Yeah, if you have the entire copy, if you could hand that to Jessica, we'll see that it has actually the restrictions. I remember looking it up, and there were a number of restrictions which were, keep the mature trees, build it as far back as, possible, which I think is a little further than what she had originally asked for, but what she agreed to when she testified a minute ago. And if we can get those, I can tell you what the specific conditions were that this board agreed to last time. Yeah, it said the maximum required square front yard would be 39 feet, so a 29-foot variance. Any mature trees outside of the building envelope would remain on the property. So I think those are the two. Basically, keep the mature trees, and that they could. They would have to have a front yard of at least 39 feet, which would give them it would only give them well, it doesn't have the building envelope here, but it would be, they'd have to build 39 feet from the street, and they'd have to keep the mature trees on the yard.
Okay.
And then I don't know what we'll decide on the sidewalk variance, but it sounded like from the applicant that it would be in the best interest of everybody to just defer the sidewalk till later, because the law is going to change, and it might end up, the penalty would be such that she would pay a reasonable penalty to not build a sidewalk and not have a sidewalk. Based on her testimony, it seemed like that, I can't speak for her, but it seemed like that if we just put that decision off until she was later in her project when the law may or may not be changed. I think there's a proposal out there, and if it passes, it'll help her and probably keep a sidewalk from going in, and it would just buy her time on that. So I can't say what she will do or won't do, but that seemed to be based on that conversation a minute ago where that would go.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's helpful or not, but I guess the question is, based on what you heard and the two conditions that we had put on the property before, are there any other concerns that you have? Do you still have opposition to the applicant? Are there other thoughts that you want to share with the board?
Well, as I said before, the wash down of the water when it rains, I don't know how that would work out. Actually, and the trees, when they, those trees are kind of weak. So I don't know what would happen if I have a problem. I've had problems with those trees where I've had to have someone to come, and because they've fallen in my yard, the limbs, big limbs, and fell on my stone wall. I don't know how that works out with Tiffany building or whatnot. It would be something, I don't know, you get with the property person or whatnot. But I'm glad she's not building a tall, skinny. And I think that there are things hopefully can be worked out.
Okay.
Regarding the sidewalk, is your concern that it would take away from the road, it would make the road more narrow?
What's that?
Regarding the sidewalk?
Yes, it's very narrow.
But is your concern that the road would become more narrow if the sidewalk was built? So it'll be built on her property, so it wouldn't take the road away.
See, we didn't understand that.
Yeah, it'd actually help with pedestrian travel, but it may not be in the character of your neighborhood, but yeah, and that's something to consider too. But it wouldn't make your road more narrow.
Because I think everybody has that part that they cut toward the street, and it goes all the way down.
A curb cut, something
Yes.
to allow a driveway. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Paula Dandridge, and I live at 3827 Heights Ferry Road. And my concern is the backyard. It would go right up against my property, which I have a shed right there. So how far would that, how far?
Well, it would be her rear setback, and I think that's 20 feet? Do we know?
Required setback?
Yeah.
Is, the rear, yes,
Her
I'm
rear-
sorry.
So and I think that the house that faces Hyde's Ferry, that would be considered a side setback to you, so that could be maybe 5 feet or 10 feet, depending upon what it's zoned. So actually, her house would be required to be further back than the house next door, I would think, based on, because it's her rear setback, and the house next door to this lady, the house next door to her, since she's on Hyde's Ferry, would be the side setback. So the side setback is usually closer. So it would be further away, it would be further back than the house, should be further back than the house next door, I would think.
That's right. The side setback is smaller, is usually 5 feet. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, the side setback is usually smaller, so all the houses that face Hyde's Ferry could be closer than this would be. It would have to be 20 feet from the property line.
So 20 feet is not too much, is it?
Well, it's further away than the house next door. It should be further away than the house next door.
That's right. You said it's 5 feet. Yeah, okay.
And I don't know how far the house next door is, but that's what the code would allow it to be closer. You can be closer side to side than you can be back to back.
And I will correct myself, the side setback would be 10 feet.
10 feet. Okay. Well, that's not too, yeah. That would be okay.
But they would have to be, but this house would have to be 20 feet from the property line, from the back, from your property, which is, you may think of it as side to side, but that's where you get confusing, where the front of one backs up to the side of another, it becomes confusing, but.
Okay. My name is Stanley Turner, and I live at 1629 Emerald Drive. What I've heard, like Ms. Dunnigan, I'm happy that she's not going to build the tall, skinny properties. As long she's going to build something that's going to be comparable to our neighborhood, and I do not really think the sidewalks, just one house with a sidewalk would look out of place. So as long as she's building something that's comparable, I don't have an objection to it.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Ashley Ross, and I reside at 1616 Emerald Drive. I talked to Tiffany while we were sitting in here, and my major concern was the front setback. I didn't want to have any variance in the front setback because I have small children who play up and down that street. And what's already been created as far as the house being far back from the street is okay with me. I don't want a tall and skinny either. I moved to the neighborhood maybe about 4 years ago, and I like the neighborhood for what it is, and my children can play in the neighborhood, and that's what I want to remain in the neighborhood. So if we follow the variance the documents have already been put in place, I'm okay with that, but I don't want any other variance to the front setback.
Okay. Is there any questions for the opposition, or anybody else have anything else to add? I think one gentleman.
Hi. My name is Lawrence Bird, and I reside at 3829 Hyde's Ferry Road. And my concern was to really support her neighbors that are on both sides and to maintain the character of the neighborhood. We were really concerned about that. That's basically it. And to know that it won't be a tall, skinny. That was my concern.
We are really worried about that.
Well, I think that, I don't know that we have control over, you've heard what she plans to do, and I don't think we have control over it, but I think she's heard it too, and if she wants to have friendly neighbors, I think that'll probably impact what she may build. But did you all have anything else that you wanted to add? Okay, if not, then we'll hear back from the applicant who has. One more. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We have one more comment. Yes, ma'am.
It's regarding the front setback. Okay, we're going to leave it like it was at the last meeting, what was decided there. But I guess my question is really for you. Where's your parking going to be?
All right, so You wanted us to ask her about parking. We'll ask her about the parking, just so she can testify that when she comes back, just, if that's okay.
Oh, yes. Mercedes, on Emerald Drive, here's one of the things that don't happen. You don't park on the street. So we are hoping that Ms. Tiffany will have plenty parking in her yard where there won't be parking on the street.
Okay, we'll ask her that when she comes back. Thank you so much.
I'm glad that was brought up. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Stone.
So parking, I'll start.
Yeah, if you could address, I think the outstanding question was the parking. And then, like I said, we don't typically have any type of aesthetic conditions, but I know that you have testified, and you may want to talk again about the type of house that you want to build, and that it's not, as your neighbors or you have described, as a tall, skinny.
Yeah. So as far as parking is concerned, we do want to have some type of, driveway to not park on the street. It's not our desire to just park on the street. We want to have our own, driveway that we pull in. Not sure if we're going to have a garage, but there's really no garages, I don't think, on the street. So we will have some kind of driveway. I'll just say, to make sure it's on record, with exception for the occasional family gathering, like, birthdays or, holidays, you may have people that might park on the street, but we'll have, but that won't be the norm. We're not going to park on the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
As far as the type of house, like I said, we have a builder selected. We've been looking at floor plans. Everything has been just very, traditional. We're not looking to do something that's, ultra modern where it's, tall and all of that. I don't know. So what's the maximum building height is typically 35 feet, I believe,
Yeah, I
for
couldn't
most
tell you
zoning
that.
districts. So we're looking at, a story, maybe two, with the, we were looking at pitched roofs, kind of like a farmhouse traditional type of aesthetic.
Okay.
We've also thought about a ranch, because a lot of houses on that street are ranch, just making sure that it fits on the lot and we
Right.
get the, the area that we need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And then do you have any objection to us deferring, I'll say indefinitely, until you need to come back to address the sidewalk variance? If we defer it indefinitely, then you can bring it back at a point in your construction when you need to, and it may be after the new legislation. Is that, and if the new legislation is such that it reduces your fee to that small amount, then you would probably say, great, I'll pay it and I don't have to come back to this board. But do you object? And I can't say how my fellow commissioners will vote, but I'm asking you, do you object to us deferring that piece indefinitely?
I have a question before answering that, because what we'd like to do is, if the variance is approved, we'd like to go ahead and finalize, house plans with the builder and pull building permits and really start that process. But I was told that we cannot pull building permits without paying either the in lieu fee or building the sidewalk. Is that true?
You can go ahead and get the building permit and proceed with the construction. You wouldn't be able to get the final UNO until the sidewalk is in compliance, either by virtue of building it or getting a variance or contributing in lieu. But you can go ahead and get the permit and start. If the only issue is the sidewalk, you can go ahead and, if that's the only issue, you can go ahead and get the permit.
Okay. I think we would want to defer then.
Okay,
so we can move
and that,
forward.
again, if they don't change the law and it stays the same, then you might still be subject to the in lieu fee or building it at a later point. But, and we're not on the council, so we don't have a vote or say, but it sounds like, based on your testimony of what you've done the research on, which is extraordinarily thorough, I really appreciate that. It's rare we see anything that thorough. It seems like it would be in your best interest to defer that indefinitely. So when it's time for you to come to make that decision, you can just tell codes, hey, put me back on the docket for that piece, or you can handle it administratively by paying the new lower fee.
Okay, that sounds good to
Okay.
us, so.
Anything else that you have to add?
I don't think so. I just want to say, you know, everything that they've described is why we're wanting to move into this neighborhood. So I appreciate the other residents for coming and speaking today, because we wanted to be able to speak to the character of the neighborhood. So I'm glad that they were here. So.
Right, thank you. All right, we will close the public hearing. So I think that I'm perfectly happy making a motion that we grant the setback identical to case 2016-105, which was the original case, under the same conditions of that case. And that we also defer indefinitely the sidewalk variance request based on the testimony of the applicant that there's a possibility that pending legislation would create a lower in lieu fee for this applicant. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion or comments? All in favor, say aye. That motion passes unanimously. Good luck, everybody. Thank you. Oh, yeah, and I think we need another quick little 5-minute break. So we will reconvene in 5 minutes.
2019-290 involving property at 1200 Katy Avenue, requesting a variance from side setback requirements to construct a single-family residence. Before you now is a zoning map showing the zoning of the property as RS5. Aerial photography giving you a sense of this lot as well as the surrounding area. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant, and finally the photograph showing you the current conditions of the property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 290? Seeing none,
That's not the current condition, is it? Something already being built?
something is already being built, apparently. These are the current conditions of the property. So the appellant will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
Yes, ma'am, I'll be happy to. May it please the
Sir, if you could press the red, just press the button until the red light comes on. No, it's in front of, at the very base of the microphone, right in the middle. That one.
Got it. Now can you hear me? Okay. My name's Richard Smith. I'm a local construction attorney. I represent Mr. Andrew Beasley. He's the property owner as it relates to the previous contractor who constructed the home in its current position. May it please the board, Mr. Beasley is here requesting a variance for a side setback requirement. We believe all the conditions precedent to a variance have been met. We're not aware of any opposition, and quite frankly, if, as a practical matter, we believe the neighbors and the community are much more concerned about the property in its current state of construction as opposed to the encroachment. I've got two people with me, Mr. Beasley. I'm going to let Mr. Beasley describe in detail the request, and I've also got the builder, our contractor who's completing the home, Mr. Keith Johnson. Mr. Johnson can answer any questions you may have concerning the construction or any delay, and he can also provide a perspective as a neighbor.
So this bottom picture, we're talking about this yellow building that's already been built?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? And it was built, and it was supposed to be 5 feet from its side neighbor, and is that the house that's gray and white?
Yes, Andrew Beasley, 508 Davidson Street, apartment 215, currently, hopefully very soon, 1200 Katy Avenue. The issue is that
ask a question. Is the 2.5 feet from the house that's gray and white? That's the
yes,
side,
but it's actually 3.6 from the bump out. Yes, that is the neighboring house. That is the setback issue.
So how far is it from the lower part of the house? The bump out at the top of the 3rd story?
Yes.
Or 4th story?
So we are 5.5 feet from the property line. Our bump out is 2.1 feet. And I do want to make sure that the board has a revision, a revised site plan from May the 3rd, 2019 that indicates the 2.1 foot bump out and also the neighboring house at 1202. We are 15.6 feet from that house at the narrowest point.
I don't see an updated site plan. Was it in?
So actually, we need to amend the request from a 2.5 foot setback to a 3 foot setback, and that gives us some wiggle room because actually even with the bump outs, we're still 3.4 feet from the property line.
So it's the bump out that's causing the problem?
Yes.
Okay. That's what so we're really talking about, that's what we're talking about. And the bump out is, you said how many feet from to the next home? I mean, it's something you just stated, and I just want.
No, it's okay. So actually, foundation to foundation at the narrowest point is 15.6, and that's indicated on that revised site plan. But we would subtract 2.1 for the bump out, so I think we'd be 13.5.
Well, they got a little overhang over there too, doesn't it, on their third floor, whatever that is?
They do, but I think that is still not as narrow as that chimney bump out, which is noted on the updated site plan.
So you're still about 12 feet from structure to structure?
At least.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Attorney Smith indicated, I don't want to delve too much into it, but this is, I did have a previous contractor who was basically incompetent. I am very happy that Mr. Johnson has stuck with me. We have spent over the past year doing absolutely everything the codes department has asked us to do to get this house up to code. The status, and I'm paraphrasing from e-permits, I don't have the exact quote, but I believe we're in framing permit approved, pending, updated as is survey with right side bump out. So we've gotten that, but of course we're into the setback. As Mr. Smith indicated, we just want to finish the house. As far as our neighbors are concerned, I mean, from what little I have talked to them, I think they want us to finish this house and for it not to be a construction site. And that's certainly our goal here. It has been in this condition for over a year. We have not gotten any complaints. This is, of course, our last step to getting a framing permit. As far as the standards that apply, I don't know if it's apparent from that photo, but we do have a pretty steep drop off the back of the lot. We also have a steep drop off with Fern Avenue. So we're looking at this from Katy, but Katy and Fern, there's actually a pretty large retention wall against Fern Avenue. So that is what has kind of forced us up against that's what's forced us up against the property line with 1202. They've had no complaints. Even with the bump outs, we are more than 3 feet from their property line and more than 13 feet from the newly built structure. And so for all those reasons, I would ask the board for a variance.
The 5 minutes is up, so the board can determine if you want to close the public hearing or give him additional time.
Are there any questions or any things that you feel like you don't know?
No, are we saying the only variance issue is as to the bump out, not on the ground?
Yeah.
The way we came down to it.
The bump out, yeah, it was the foundation to property line was more than 5 feet. Bump out to property line was a little over 3.
2.1.
Yeah, 2.1. So they said if they had a 3 foot variance, it actually would be more than they needed. I think they're 2 feet over at that bump out. Is there any other questions? Okay, then like I said, time's up. We have the information. We'll close the public hearing. Discuss. Anybody?
Okay, I don't see that there's any, I don't have a real problem with the variance request. I mean, we're under construction. We don't have opposition from the neighbor. He's got this steep drop off, which has pushed him over to this side of the property. I'm comfortable.
Well, I think it may have been a screw up that wasn't theirs if there was a screw up, but and the fact that it's 12 feet from building to building, I'm okay with it too, but is that a motion?
I'll make that a motion that we grant the variance based
That's
upon the
3 feet.
hardships established.
The 3-foot variance, is it?
3-foot variance.
I'll second.
Have a motion, have a second. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Variance passes. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 2019-291, involving property at 1715 West End Avenue, requesting variances from the sidewalk requirements as well as the driveway requirements to construct interior renovations as well as install an ATM without building sidewalks or paying into the sidewalk fund. The request here is, with respect to the sidewalks, this property is allowed one sidewalk per property frontage and, I'm sorry, not sidewalk, one driveway per property frontage. And on one of the frontages, it has 2 driveways, so they're requesting to keep both of those. Before you is the zoning map showing you the zoning of the property is MUIA. Aerial photography giving you a sense of the surrounding area. This is the proposed site plan for the project. And then finally, the current conditions of the property as well as up and down the street. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 291? Seeing none, Mr. Piercy, you'll have 5 minutes to make your desired presentation. Please be sure to identify yourself by name and address.
My name is Philip Piercy. I'm with Catalyst Design Group, 5016 Centennial Boulevard, Suite 200, 37209. This is a vacant bank site that a new tenant is looking at renovating, and the renovation, of course, initiated the sidewalks. And then while we were coming for the sidewalk variance, we thought we would ask for the driveway variance as well. When I met with the zoning examiner, she inquired with the Public Works representative at Codes, Jonathan Honeycutt, and he said since we were using existing driveways, they would probably let us do it, but since we were coming to the BZA, to go ahead and ask for that as well. Basically, on the sidewalks, the sidewalks there now, of course, on the back of the curb, as you can see, they're approximately 8.5 feet wide on both frontages of West End and Broadway. The requirement would be for a 4-foot grass strip, 10-foot sidewalk on West End, a 4-foot grass strip, a 12-foot sidewalk on Broadway.
So the planning department had said that it's fine to give you a variance as long as you maintain the existing one and pay into the fund. Is that not something that you would be willing to do?
Paying in the fund was the issue, because to me, we had proposed that we would replace the sidewalks there as they are, and with regard to any kind of cracking or ADA compliance, I haven't measured the sidewalks out there on West End, but looking at the photos on Broadway, the ramps, I think, would be an ADA issue. That we're going to have to replace that. And to me, it's for us to pay in the fund and replace the sidewalks is kind of double dipping. We'd be doing both. And so that was where we were asking to let us repair the sidewalks as they are currently.
But I don't understand what ramps you'd have to do.
The driveway ramps wouldn't be ADA compliant for the sidewalk walking across. And so when you go back for Public Works, they would make you adjust the ramps to provide an ADA crossing at the top of the ramp.
What does that entail?
Tearing it out and putting it back.
The entire driveway?
The driveway ramp, the concrete, right there where you're basically driving over the sidewalk.
Right.
That part. And if the sidewalk itself is not 2%, then you have to tear it out and repair it. I know on the Broadway side, some of the pictures you can see that the ramps are cracked, so those would definitely need to be replaced. And so we were kind of opposed to paying into the fund when we're also paying to correct the sidewalks that are there.
And, it's going to be a bank, right? Another bank's going into it?
That's correct.
I mean, that was in the application. So I guess and I understood, I mean, I didn't see any, I used to bank at when it was a SunTrust, I would bank there, and I'm familiar with the way that parking lot loop works. It's not particularly ideal for getting out on Broadway because it's steep, but
right.
It also, it's always been a bank, and it's always been like that, and I can kind of see where you would want that request, but I guess I'm not sure if Public Works was going to let you keep it going from bank to bank, and I know this was just a formality, but it seems like you may not even need to be.
For the driveway?
Yeah, for the driveway.
Jonathan said we wouldn't have brought that up, but I was just concerned, since if I wasn't already coming here for the sidewalks, I wouldn't have come here for the driveways, but.
Okay. Is there any questions? Sure. Did I ask a question? I didn't know if I may not have let you complete your.
Well, that's the gist of our concern. We would have stayed on consent with the exception of having to pay into the fund while we're also paying to replace the sidewalks that are there. Our contention was that if you put the grass strips in, you're basically taking an 8.5 foot sidewalk and you're narrowing it down to about 4 feet in front of our site, because on each side of the property, if y'all who hadn't reviewed the plan, there's retaining walls on both neighbors so that you wouldn't have the full width of the new sidewalk to use as you cross from front of our property to the neighbors.
So, but the part of the sidewalk that you're going to have to replace is just the part that it joins the drive?
On the Broadway side, it would be the majority of it because the driveways take up the majority of the whole width. In the front, I haven't measured the slopes, so I don't know, but anywhere that you don't have the 2% path across would have to be replaced, and or any areas that are cracked up. The pictures I had, because I haven't been back out to the site since I got the comments from the staff to see what sidewalks were cracked, but from the pictures that I had taken, I didn't see a lot of cracking issues with the west end sidewalk, but from the pictures you can't tell what 2% is because that's very flat.
Yeah, I guess I don't, you're the first applicant that I've had mention having to remove a driveway. And I don't know, I guess I don't even know what a ADA compliant driveway looks like in terms of being different than what I'm looking at on the picture.
The standard ramp, driveway, Metro concrete ramp, they use the 4-foot grass strip as the rise to get up to the curb height. And then you have a flat crossing at the top of the ramp. So majority of the time when you have a typical 4-foot grass strip, 5-foot sidewalk,
right,
that 5 foot is your ADA path, and it is flat. And the 4 feet on the driveway ramp ramps up. You have a little lip at the gutter line to keep water in the gutter, and then the ramp part rises, about 4.5 inches.
Right, but what is this one going to look like?
It'll have to be like that. We'll have to tear out the driveway ramp and create that. Right now, it's more, I believe, just from looking at the pictures, it slopes from the gutter line to the back of the sidewalk. And so that creates a ADA issue crossing the driveway.
Okay.
What's your total sidewalk frontage? Do you know approximately?
Approximately 85 feet on West End and 88 on Broadway.
And so how much are you saying you're going to have to replace for the ADA compliant driveways?
The driveways are typically about, that one's one way, so it's probably 20 feet wide in the back, or 40, and you have the transitions from each side. So in the back driveway, some of the sidewalks cracked, and also I would anticipate the back one, we'd probably replace the whole frontage. And if that's, if that's the board's choosing, we could replace the whole sidewalk in front of our frontages on both sides. But if they're,
well, it sounded to me like you were saying you were going to have to do that anyway. So
we would have, well, it's a matter of where Public Works reviews and says it's not ADA compliant. Their inspector will come out there and measure it, and they'll mark it if it's not, and you have to replace it.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions? Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Thoughts? I mean, this is the first time I've heard of anybody, and it may be an issue that I just wasn't aware about, of having to replace the driveway to make it ADA compliant. It usually is a residence that has, or a business that has a corner that may need compliance that may be less dramatic, but, I mean, I think clearly planning wants them to keep the sidewalk in its current state. And I don't have an issue if they replace the sidewalk to make it truly ADA compliant and don't pay. If they don't replace the sidewalk, then I don't really have an issue with them not paying for the part they replace. I think that seems fair to take out the section of the, for the driveways, and I really don't mind it being their choice. If they, if they want to replace the entire sidewalk in its current location so that it's ADA compliant, I think that's fine. If it's cheaper for them to pay into the fund for the part that that exists other than and replace the driveways, then I'm okay with them paying for the square footage that they don't replace. But most people say it's cheaper
I'm okay with that too, so.
Most folks say it's cheaper to replace it, but then the result would be an ADA compliant sidewalk that exists as planning preferred it to exist. So well, I'll move that that we grant the variance in accordance with the conditions outlined by planning, with the amendment that the contribution to the fund will be for any linear footage of the sidewalk that's not replaced and made ADA compliant.
I'll second that.
So that would give them credit for any driveway and or sidewalk that they needed to bring into compliance, but if they keep any existing, then they would pay for that frontage. All right, have a motion, have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. That passes unanimously. Good luck.
Moving on to our short-term rental docket, the first short-term rental case you'll hear is 2019-186 involving property at 2626 Jenkins Street. This is an item A appeal challenging the denial of a short-term rental permit for operating.
Is that applicant here?
Casey McDonald. This one was on the last meeting's docket, and it was deferred to this meeting. I suspect there's potentially a misunderstanding or confusion on the dates with Ms. McDonald, so it might be
Then I'll move that we
appropriate
defer
to
this to the
defer it.
next. Yeah, I'll move that we defer this to the next meeting. Got a motion, got a second. All in favor? It's okay. Next case.
2019-241 involving property at 1915 Herman Street. This is challenging the denial of a short-term rental permit that was operated, on which the appellant operated after the permit had expired. Mr. McBroom is here to make the presentation on behalf of staff.
Good afternoon, Board. The operation dates were 4 of 2017 through 3 of 2019. Number of rentals were 46. It was previously permitted on a non-owner occupied permit. The permit was issued on September the 14th of 16. It was renewed on October 20th of 17 and again on 9/14 of 18. Notice was sent on October the 5th of 18, and an STR notice was sent through host compliance. Date advertisement was removed. It was removed on 3 occasions, 2/13/19, 2/25/19, and finally on 4/10/19. There were 3 documented stays in February of 2019 and 3 documented stays in March of 2019. Appeal was filed April 11th of 2019. We have received complaints. Had a complaint for excess bedrooms and occupancy on July the 20th of 2017. On 5/30 of 2017, we received a complaint about advertising over occupancy, and records indicate that the complaints were verified, and the applicant was cited on each occasion and came into compliance within the remedial time period. No other action was taken. The concern involving this property is the permit was issued on 9/14/16, allowing BZA discretion, Bill 2016-257 allowing the BZA discretion wasn't passed until September 21st of 16, which allowed the BZA to reduce the waiting period. The state law, HB 1020-13-7603, the ordinance, resolution, regulation, rule, or other requirement in effect at the time the property began being used as a short-term rental unit, is the law that governs the use of the property as a short-term rental unit for the period of 30 continuous months, or it has been in violation of generally applicable local law 3 or more separate times as provided by 13-7-604.
So, I'm sorry, summarize,
So the state law with respect to short-term rentals states that the law in effect at the time the permit was issued is the law that governs that permit. So in this particular case, it was issued in September of 2016. At that point, the law in effect at the time did not give the BZA discretion. So if you determine that he operated on an expired permit or operated without a valid permit, the law in effect at that time, which is what governs this permit, states that you don't have the discretion to reduce the one-year waiting period.
even though it was renewed, if it was renewed, it's not the...
No, it's still, it's in, the law that was in effect at the time the permit was issued, and renewing it doesn't change what law governs.
Okay, and yeah, and that's what I thought, I just wanted to make sure.
Right.
And so I guess in essence, if you are, if you're grandfathered in a way that it is to your advantage, that's one thing, and this may be a case where you are grandfathered into your disadvantage.
Got to take the good with the bad.
But either way, the law that is, okay.
That's right.
Okay. Is that clear to everybody? Okay. All right. If you could state your name and tell us why you're here.
Yes, my name is Martin Bauer. I'm sorry, a little too close. And I'm the property owner at 1915 Herman. I'm going to make this very quick. This was just a simple renewal error. Notices were sent to a previous address. I had no other contact by the city about the expiration. I'm not dismissing my responsibility. This is just my explanation for the renewal. I remitted all the taxes during that time. I discovered the renewal error myself and immediately contacted the city.
And you didn't get the notice that was sent on the 5th of October?
No, it was sent to an address that I no longer resided at, and it wasn't forwarded to me. I didn't get a phone call or anything. So,
and when did you discover this?
I discovered it, I just, when I was doing my federal income taxes, I saw that I was thinking about it, and when I checked then, and I realized that no, it had expired. And when I contacted the city, they informed me of the steps necessary to appeal the permit application. I took down the listing, canceled all the future bookings. There haven't been any complaints about the property other than, we had some initial ones when we first were getting it started up. That was back in, the early days of operation. That was when we had we advertised it for over occupancy. We didn't realize that we had a limit of 12 at the time. So, but that has been changed and there hasn't been any violations since then. I'm not disputing the zoning administrator's findings, just asking for some mercy of this oversight and the ability to get back to contributing to Nashville's economy.
And what was the last day that you rented the?
I don't know. It was sometime in probably late March, early April.
Okay. Right, just before the appeal was filed on the 11th.
Yes. I mean, as soon as I found out about it, I took it down immediately and tried to be as compliant as possible.
Is there any other?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So the only thing I'm asking for is the ability to reapply, sooner.
Okay. Well, and then I don't know if you, the point that was made just before we asked you to tell us what was going on was that when you actually applied for a permit and actually received your permit, there was, those are the rules that govern your permit, even to this day. And at that point in time, the Metro Council did not give us any discretion on lowering the waiting period. So that's not something, that's up to the smarter, the attorneys to say when you're eligible and the rules. But there are cases where we have discretion, and it may not be the case in this one based on when you got your permit, but that's something that we can discuss. I just want to make sure that you understood that. But did you have anything else to add?
No, just that, yeah, this is a very brutal penalty for a renewal error.
And you won't get an ounce of argument from me personally, but I can only speak for me personally, and I didn't vote for any of these rules. Just doing my best to do the job that we're allowed to do as the appeal board, but I certainly understand and empathetic with that. So did you have anything else to add, or? Okay, no. Then we will close the public hearing and discuss. And, you know, I tend to agree that for an expired permit, that is an excessive penalty, but I don't think we have any ability because of the rule at the time. And so,
let me just say, it doesn't seem, I realize what the law was, and we're talking about a week's difference in the time his permit was issued and the more lenient law passed, giving us additional discretion. It does not seem equitable to me that the entire time we handled these cases and people operated with no permit and could come in and take benefit of the new law, here we have somebody that did have a permit and was operating lawfully during a time period we were trying to do that. So I don't know, you know, we first have to find that he's saying he rented on an expired permit. I don't know what can happen if we just simply say we're going to lower the waiting period at this time. I'm just curious. I'm open. Wonder what people think.
Well, the ordinance may not have passed until September 21st, 2016, but certainly there were, if that's when it's passed, and there were public hearings before that time, and I think once there's a public hearing, and I'm going from memory on this, that law, that potential law can be considered. Is anyone else familiar with this? I forget what it's called.
I am not.
Okay. Wish I could pull this out of my memory. But I think it has something to do with once there's a public hearing, then you can start considering that law, that ordinance.
Ms. Carpenter, are you describing pending legislation doctrine?
Perhaps?
That has to do with zoning laws and the point at which they're treated as binding or pending, the exact phrase, and it's a creation of state common law. Typically, the Court of Appeals case from Harding Academy is often cited as one of the leading cases there in all of its progeny. Not sure if it's applicable here because I'm sorry I was out for part of this hearing, but short version, sounds like you're referring to pending legislation doctrine. Don't know if it's pertinent to this analysis or not.
I think so, because it seems that from what I'm hearing, we would like to, some of the board members would like to reduce the penalty. And so what I'm reading is that the Bill 2016-257 wasn't passed until September 21st, but certainly that legislation was pending before that time, as you're talking about that doctrine, so maybe we could
Pending
consider.
status triggers typically at the first public hearing on a piece of zoning legislation. So in most instances in our metro system, and almost every instance in our metro system, that's going to be in conjunction with the public hearing that takes place at the planning department. That's a date certain that we are able to confirm. We don't have that in front of us, of course, but we could say, okay, yes, as of this certain date, they had a public hearing, and therefore pending legislation status attached. It's a tricky path to follow in that if a bill is modified after that public hearing, it's not clear if the modified portion was in fact treated the same as pending legislation as the other substantive portions that were dealt with at the public hearing at the Planning Commission. Also, there's the tricky reality that if a bill doesn't pass on third and final reading and become law, then although it may have been treated as though already passed after pending legislation doctrine attaches after that public hearing, then stops being attached or doesn't apply the same way if it's not passed. So as I often say in these meetings, the devil's in the details. We're happy to circle back and review all of those details if need be, but a lot of that is going to be hard information, but knowable information that we just don't have in front of us today.
Can I ask a question? And I can't remember. Are we prohibited from saying the date on which the violation began to occur and giving it 1 year from that date, which would be from the date of expiration of the permit?
The way that law read, it said upon a finding by the Board of Zoning Appeals that the operator operated without a permit, so.
Okay.
Well, yeah, let me throw out a motion to see if it's something that is acceptable. I'll move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the applicant is eligible to renew or to apply for another permit at the minimum of 3 months past April 11th, 2019, but no more than the maximum allowed by, existing law. I mean, if the law says that he has to have a year and Metro Legal and the Codes Department says, no, we've done this analysis and it has to be that, I don't think we have any discretion. But if it is determined on further, and that may be the case, but if it's determined that that in fact, for those reasons that you are saying now, that maybe there's a point and you do have a point, then he would be eligible to apply 3 months after April the 11th. If it were under today's law, that would be, I would say, 3 months after April 11th, which is the time in which they applied and took down the notices, and there's not documented stays after that date. And that when he applies, then they can make their, basically, it looks like you've already made your determination, but I'm just saying if there's room for any interpretation.
So basically, give him a year unless we determine.
Yes, it basically has a year unless because based on these dates, it looks like a year. But if he comes in and you all look at it more closely, then and say, well, no, I think you can, this year doesn't apply to you for whatever reason, then it's a 3-month penalty after the April 11th.
So a year unless code staff determines that 3 months is appropriate.
Yeah, and it's basically a way for us to get to those answers that we're trying to get to. I mean, I think we're not arguing, but we're discussing whether or not we can go lower. We're asking for opinions on that, and this covers both bases. It lets you all decide the legality of what law truly applies to him when he comes in to, apply for the permit. The issues that Mac raised, you can put to the test and say, well, this applies, so the board just told you it's a year. Or if you determine that he really is bound by a different law, then it's 3 months after the 4th of April.
Second.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. It's that we uphold the zoning administrator's decision, but then the zoning administrator has the
ability to determine
when the 1 year start, basically to look at it, to apply the law again.
Yeah, well, yes, to look at it and make sure, and that may have already happened. So I'm just not making any presumption on it, but I'm just saying that when he applies, we're asking the zoning administrator to double check and which is the applicable law, and apply the applicable law. If it gives us no discretion, then we don't need to be talking about it anymore. We have no discretion. And if we do have discretion, then it's 3 months from the date of the application is what my motion is.
Okay,
so we're basically just letting when he goes in, they can administratively decide, hey, this is the law that applies.
I'll vote for that. I think they've already decided that. I think we're kind of I think you're getting walloped to. Every grandfathering law I've seen usually helps people, and it just creams you. And we all up here would like to help you, but
Oh, and this board now understands why the position that we were, the new members understand the position that the old members were in when the law had not changed, and everybody that came here that clearly had violated the law, you had to give them a year. I mean, and you had no recourse. And thankfully, the council was wise enough to say, well, no, there are exceptions where you shouldn't have to do that. But in this case, it may not apply, but I hope it would, but I don't see.
I think the date is wrong. I think that we were given discretion earlier than that time because that, what was it called, doctrine of impending legislation? I think that applies. And so the date should be, it shouldn't be September 21st, 2016. It should be the date when that doctrine applied, which was when there was a public hearing at the Planning Commission, which was before that time. It had to have been before that time. And he missed this by a week, according to this, right? And I'm understanding that right.
I think Mr. Taylor's motion, as I understand it, lets them take that into account. So that if they determined that that were appropriate to apply, then they could give him.
I will say that if it's amended the motion to say if it's determined that the penalty must be a year, that the board believes that the finding was based on the letter sent on October 5th. 2018. Is that an acceptable second?
I don't think we can do that because I think it has to go from the day.
Well, then that's today, and so there's nothing to do. So, I mean.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll remove the amendment. There's a motion, there's a second, and let's just see where it goes. And it may pass, it may not pass. If it doesn't pass, we can have another motion.
And I'm not trying to be difficult or make you repeat yourself, but the motion is.
The motion is that
we uphold the zoning administrator, but we are asking essentially the zoning administrator to
redetermine
look at this
applicable law, and if it's possible that it applies to a different law than the one in force on 9/14/16, that the applicant be eligible to apply 3 months after April 11th. If this is the applicable law, then we have there's nothing we can do.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so any more discussion? All in favor, say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next case.
2019-249 involving property at 938 First Avenue North. Permit was denied due to operating on an expired permit. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 249? Seeing none, Mr. McBroom will make the presentation on behalf of staff, and then Mr. Anderson will have 5 minutes to make his presentation.
The operation dates on this short-term rental property were April of 2018 through April of 2019. There were a number of 72 rentals previously permitted on February the 2nd of 2018, which expired February the 2nd of 2019. Renewal application was received on March 29th of 2019, and the renewal was thus denied as being outside the 30-day grace period. Notice was sent of the permit being expired on 4/5 of 2019. Date the advertisement was removed was 4/17 of 2019, and there were 2 documented stays in April, none subsequent to that. Complaints that we received none, and there were no other actions taken on the property.
And so you basically just mailed your renewal a month late, 2 months late almost, but a month after you would have been able to send it in and still get your permit. Did you rent the property after you got the letter?
Once I received the
notice that the permit had expired. It said the letter was sent on the 5th of April. You removed your listing on April 17th. What was the last day you rented the house?
There was somebody in it on April. When I received the notice, it was April 16th. I came up here the very next day,
and was told that I was operating illegally, and that was the day that I removed the listing. Had somebody in it.
And then after they left, though, you didn't rent it again?
After they left.
You didn't rent it
That's it.
again? Okay. Any questions? Is there anything else to add? That pretty much sums it up?
I just, I appreciate you hearing me. I apologize. It was an honest mistake. And since then, I've taken down all my advertisement. I've paid all occupancy taxes. I believe I've followed all the instructions that I was given. So just requesting permission to operate legally.
Okay. All right. We will close the public hearing. Discussion. I mean, this is, I'm sorry. I've been talking a lot today.
I'm pretty exhausted, but so he had a permit, he forgot to renew. That's a lighter penalty, I think, than someone who operated without a permit at all. So I don't have the date of his application, but his okay, that's when the advertisement was removed as well. So I will move that he be eligible to reapply for the permit 2 months after April 17th, which was probably already happened, which was probably 2 days ago.
So on Monday?
So how about Monday?
Okay.
I don't know what today is.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a
I'll
second.
second that.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. You're eligible to reapply for a permit on Monday. But don't rent or advertise till you get the permit in hand. We're not renewing your permit because when it expires, you have to reapply do the whole permit process again. But you can start that on Monday.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Next case.
Next case, 2019-263, involving property at 1616 Glen Ridge Drive. This is an appeal by the Homeowners Association appealing our renewal. A little bit different from what you usually hear. In this case, codes renewed a permit. The Homeowners Association alleges that it was in violation of their homeowners association bylaws, and so they have appealed that renewal. There is opposition here, so the Homeowners Association will have an opportunity to go first, present your case. You'll have 10 minutes, and then the permittee will have, or in opposition will have their 10 minutes as well.
All right, state your name and address and tell us why you're here.
Hi, my name is Troy.
Would please press the button and make sure the red light's on. Yeah, you can let it go, and now you're good.
Hi, my name is Troy McPeak, and I live at 7076 North Ridge Drive in Riverside, and I'm the president of the Riverside Homeowner Association. Our restrictions state on page 13, and I brought a copy of our restrictions that I'll give to the board, state on page 13, each lot shown on the plat shall be used only for private, single-family, residential purposes and not otherwise. Key word, single, family, private. Also, they go on to state, no house or other structure on any lot shall be used for any business or commercial purpose. I emailed in a letter with our attorney's letter, Jerry Wicker. He is a well-known HOA lawyer in Nashville. And he's laid out why our restrictions prohibit short-term rentals, and he cited the Shields HOA case as a Court of Appeals case. And I also brought a copy of that Court of Appeals case that I can provide to the board. There's nothing about a short-term rental that is single-family private use. A short-term rental is a money-making business for the purpose of just like a motel would be. The restrictions in the Shield HOA case, the Court of Appeals case, are very similar to our restrictions in our neighborhood. And the Court of Appeals looked at the phrase single family and felt like that did prohibit short-term rentals.
So, Mr. McPeak, y'all can enforce these in a court. I think you're in the wrong place trying to enforce your homeowners declarations. I mean, it's not the zoning administrator's job to police the HOA restrictions. Have y'all taken action to, other than before this board?
We have not. We feel like if we pursue it here, And the board no longer, and the zoning administrator will no longer issue permits for short-term rentals in our neighborhood. That way we don't have to file an individual action against all these individuals who have short-term rentals. So we feel like this is the best approach.
Well, I guess the question is, I mean, when I read, to me, it still seems fairly vague in terms of single-family residential use, because this is an owner-occupied short-term rental, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Does the homeowner owns the home that is being rented? I mean, it's his primary residence? It's an owner-occupied rental?
As far as I know.
And so it seems to me that the Metro Council, when they allowed an owner-occupied short-term rental, that the council actually defined that then as an acceptable single-family residential purpose. Would that not be, I mean, it's clearly not your view because you'd be here, but it seems to me that by council allowing an owner-occupied short-term rental of someone's primary residence, for that to happen, that they've actually, in fact, said this is a legitimate purpose of a single-family residence. But I guess you talked about the commercial activities, and does your are there homes in your HOA and your subdivision that allow monthly rentals? I mean, do people allow, are there people that own homes that they've rented to someone, for a year on a monthly basis?
Yeah, homes that are rented for a year or longer, we would feel, I believe, that would be considered a private, single-family residential purpose.
But how is that not, how is that not, so you're saying that it's, so that the purpose, the single-family purpose, you're interpreting as someone who actually lives there, not the actions of the homeowner, who actually, so you're saying that if I stayed for 2 days, I'm not behaving as a single family, but if I stayed for a month or more, I would be behaving as a single family purpose.
If you owned your home and you had somebody come stay for a few days, as an Airbnb, a short-term rental, it's no longer single family. It's you and the people who are renting there as well. So to me, that is no longer a private single family.
But what happens
if
your grandma came and stayed with you, it's not single family. If your best friend from college came to stay with you, it's not single family.
It's not being advertised. It's not for renting for money. And that the Court of Appeals decision talked about all that.
But the
Shields case.
But in a monthly rental, you're advertising and you're making money, and it's just as a commercial transaction as a daily rental, except it just is a longer period of time.
Well, I think short-term rental is defined maybe as at 30 days. Is that the magic
Right, but I'm just
phrase?
saying in
not
terms of the statute that you all, or part of what you all have submitted is a rule that says you can't conduct any business, and yet you've just said that you do allow people to rent their homes for a year, and that's business. I mean, someone is giving someone money to live in their home for a year.
But that's single family. We feel like that is single family private use still. People coming and going like a motel, just like the Court of Appeals, the Shields HOA case talks about that.
So if someone gave, piano lessons in their home and took money for that, is that a commercial business, or is that something that would normally happen?
That would be prohibited by restrictions.
And then, yard sale, selling items for money out of your yard?
Well, I think that might still be single-family private use. I've not thought about the yard sale example.
Okay. I mean, it's an interesting issue and it's a complicated issue, but my gut says, well, I see the point, but then when you start digging a little deeper in it, that's where I really have trouble with it, because I don't see on the commercial side of the argument, I don't see the restrictions if those other things are allowed applying to short-term rental. And then to me, the single-family use issue, I think was almost defined by council, but by allowing that homeowner the ability to do it, I guess to me, what the question is, who is the single family? Is it the person who's actually occupying the home, which would be the monthly renter, or the homeowner in the short-term rental case? Sorry, I'm not, that doesn't result in a question. I'm just sharing it to let you know where I'm thinking on it.
We feel like a homeowner who's there and also has people coming in, renting the home, it's more than one family. It's no longer a private single family at that point. It's for a business purpose. It's much like a motel. And we've had a lot of people who are complaining to the board about it, about this particular home and this particular short-term rental. And our board feels like we have a duty to enforce our restrictions the best we know how, the best we can.
And I respect that. I may not agree 100%, but I absolutely respect the fact that you're here and doing your part that way.
And I don't think the zoning administrator, Eric, because I don't think the zoning administrator's job is to police HOA regulations, but you have another way to enforce this or to attempt to enforce it. I just think this is not the place to try to do that, but it doesn't mean you can't go to court and try to enforce those.
Would you like a copy of our restrictions in the Shields HOA case? I'm glad I dropped those off if you guys would like.
Yeah,
these.
sure. I mean, you can put whatever you'd like in the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate since he referenced it and has asked y'all to review it.
And I also, another copy of the letter that I emailed in on June the 5th. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who supports this appeal that wishes to speak? Then we will hear from the folks opposed to this appeal.
Red button.
Yes, please.
How'd that work?
That's good. State your
I'm
name.
David Bishop, a native of Nashville. This is my wife Sandy. We've been married 20 years. We've been residing at 1616 Glen Ridge Drive for 21 years. We have had a short-term rental for close to 3 years. The board that has spoke to you, they have gone to Chancellor Court, whether they want to admit to or not, and Chancellor Court threw it out. And we came here and they gave us permission to have it and y'all voted on it. What's happened, we've been here 4 times and this is purely harassment on our board. There's 4 or 5 guys that just don't like me. This isn't about like. This is about what the rules are for everybody. So we're asking you to continue to let us have our permit. And also, if there is a power that you have in your hands to be able to prevent the continue kicking it down the can down the street, we would like you to stop that. Enough's enough. Y'all made your decision. We've got the permit. And I think it's time for the board to find something more to pick on, at least our HOA.
Any questions?
Can I speak?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Sure.
My name is Sandy Bishop, and I reside at 1616 Glen Ridge Drive. I have a copy of the Declaration of Easements and Restrictive Covenants for Riverside, which is for our association. On page 5, item 12, it says leasing. Any lot owner may lease his dwelling or dwellings at his discretion at any time for any length of time. And I have copies of this if you would like it.
Then that would be great to submit for the record so that we have all of that in the record.
You want one, or I have 10. Do you want one, or? Okay. Let me make sure I got that. I think that's a different one. There you go.
As you can see, she keeps my files in order for me.
I also have copies of the Chancery Court order that was thrown out from the Riverside Association.
You said this has this homeowner association, have this
Yes, this is a
covenant restrictions already gone to Chancery Court?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is of Riverside, and then this is the copy of the Chancery Court that was thrown out.
And they admit that they don't know anything about Chancery Court. just a minute ago.
I believe the Chancery Court appeal was from the BZA's prior decision on this subject permit from about a year ago, give or take.
John Michael and my attorney, Michael Wynn, at that time, my attorney called me and said that they'd thrown this out or dismissed it, whichever word needs to be used.
Anything else to add?
Oh, we're good.
Any other questions? All right, we will close the public hearing. We need to hear back from the, yeah, I think, yes, that's right. Yes, there is time for rebuttal. I'm sorry. Item A's are strange because you have the, the folks that are for and against are kind of flip-flop. So yes, you do have rebuttal time. You have 8 minutes for rebuttal.
We did attempt to. Come on again. We did attempt to appeal this in the Chancery Court last year, and the appeal was not filed correctly, so it was dismissed on procedural issue. Never got the substance of the issue. Did she say it was on page 5 where it said she could rent for any period of time? I'm not sure. I've been looking at page 5. I've read through all these restrictions multiple times. I have not seen that phrase. I was wondering if she could. I've got a copy of the restrictions, and I don't see that phrase. I don't know where that phrase would be in here. So, okay, I'll take more specific. These are the old restrictions from 1987. Our restrictions were updated December 4, 2009. So these are very old restrictions. I do not think these are no longer applicable.
I have a question for the appellant. I turn my mic on. So on page 13 of the bylaws, or excuse me, page 13, section 18, it says remedies, and it talks about how for damages or an injunction, you essentially can go through a judicial process that may be available at law or in equity. To Commissioner Pepper's point earlier, why we probably aren't the appropriate venue to decide this. Why haven't you guys gone through gone either through equity or through a different judicial process?
Yes, the board has talked to our lawyer about all the options, including that option. And we feel like this was the most efficient, cost-effective approach for our HOA. Litigation in court is very expensive, and we feel like this is the best approach, that if the zoning administrator no longer issues short-term rental permits in our neighborhood because he knows, or the entity knows that it's a violation of restrictions, then we won't have to file multiple individual suits against short-term rentals. So we're taking this approach to try to prevent short-term rental permits being issued for people in our neighborhood in violation of our restrictions. To me, it's a lot cheaper, a lot more efficient than filing individual lawsuits against individuals. And again, just to reiterate, these restrictions that she was citing from were from '87, and these were our new restrictions that we're going by are received in December 4, 2009.
And then who approved those restrictions, and how did they go into effect, and how did they impact this person's property? Did they sign the new restrictions? Did they agree to the new restrictions?
It was I've been living in this neighborhood for 7 years, but Gerald Wigger, our lawyer, he's been our lawyer through all this process, and but I think it was like 2/3 vote, or 2/3 of the people in our neighborhood had to vote. It's a long process. I think it took a year or two to get everyone to sign off on it.
But you don't have any evidence that this appellant signed off on that?
I don't know who all signed off on these restrictions. I don't. At least what I have here, it just has. It doesn't have a list of that. No, it does not.
Anything else to add?
And again, I haven't, this Exhibit A, I haven't had too much time to look at it, but it appears to me that those are very old restrictions. Yeah, that's it.
Any additional questions? We will close the public hearing. I guess, yeah, thank you. Well, I mean, as I was kind of said earlier, to me, this may very well not be the venue. But I also, from my perspective, I just haven't seen anything to overturn the zoning administrator's issuing of the permit from the restrictions I see, because the way I view it, the council did define a single-family use as renting your personal home for short-term rental by allowing people to have a owner-occupied short-term rental, and that was a big part of their argument. And the commercial side of their argument, I understand how it appears to be a different type of business, but you're still exchanging money for someone living in your home, and it's not clear enough. I mean, I think if it addressed specifically, you have to rent for at least a month, then I think that's what most people are saying now, and this doesn't. So I don't see anything to overturn the zoning administrator in what's been presented, but and it's fair enough if others do, but I think that it really also may not be the right venue for this remedy. But does anybody else have any other thoughts or view it differently? Then I'll just move that the zoning administrator did not err.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Last case.
We actually have two cases. Ms. McDonald appeared late, so we had previously deferred her case to July 18th. So if the board is inclined to hear her case this afternoon.
And there was no opposition to that?
That's right.
Okay. No, we'll do the
Case 2019-268 involving property at 913A Chickamauga Avenue. This is an appeal of the denial of a short-term rental permit due to operation on an expired permit. Mr. McBroom is here with presentation for staff.
The permit for this property was issued November 2nd of 2016, renewed on November 2nd of 2017, and expired November 2nd, 2018. There were 11 documented stays post-expiration. The appeal was filed on April 25th, 2019. The advertisements removed 2 days later. There were no complaints found against this property, and no other actions were taken.
And so this isn't one where hosts discovered it and you all sent a letter. Did they self-report, do you know, or?
I apologize. I did not have time to check with the zoning examiner that issues the permits, but
They're nodding, so I think they have an
all
answer.
evidence points to that.
Okay, perfect. All right, state your name, address, tell us why you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jamie Holland on behalf of Powell Properties and Nathan Powell, who's sitting here beside me. Just to add a little data point to Mr. McBroom's presentation is that indeed Nathan Powell here beside me, once he learned that his property or his permit had expired, he came down to the codes department with a renewal application, $50 in person, and upon not being told he can't renew because of the expired permit, he shut his listing down immediately, self-reported, long story short. And I apologize. But this is not dissimilar from another case you heard here today, and it's, this is I'd call it a legal conundrum, if you will. The enabling ordinance in a case styled Anderson v. Metro, and I'm looking for, this is a question as much as it is a statement, was ultimately declared unconstitutional. Subsequent to that declaration by the 8th Circuit Court, there was a motion made to alter amend. That motion was granted inasmuch as the ruling was limited to the property itself, called an as-applied ruling. And I think on the heels of that result, That's when BL 2016-492 got moving, which was the subsequent statute to this one. And so when I understand the state statute and otherwise, we're grandfathering the use, not the permit, which is only good for a year. Mr. Powell was not a vigilante. Upon the realization of the omission, he came down here immediately to rectify it. And pending your questions for now, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Anything else to add? All right, we'll close the public hearing. I think the fact that it was self-reported and there's no complaints would have it in that category that you had, which was kind of 2 months from the application date.
Mr. Chairman, if I could briefly point out the law, as Mr. Holland pointed out, the law in effect on this particular property was BL 2014-951. And again, at that time, the board did not have discretion. So if you
Well, I
determine
thought that this says a permit was issued on 11/2/16, and I thought that the other one said it was started on 9/25/16.
I'm going by Mr. Holland's brief stating that, let me see.
Well, I'm just, the notes on the previous case says permit was issued 9/14/16. The BL 2016-257 allowing BZA discretion wasn't passed until 9/21/16. That was the notes on the Herman case that we just saw.
Okay, then I'm probably, looks like I'm incorrect. So the next, and I haven't looked at that particular ordinance to look at the discretion, but if it wasn't 951, then there probably was the discretion, so I will stand corrected.
And I don't know, that's what I'm just looking at what Mac had sent us on Herman, so. Well, how about,
We get confirmation, just so we're.
You're saying you stand corrected that BL 2016-257 does not apply?
No, I'm saying I stand corrected that the board does not have discretion on this case.
Okay, so we do have discretion? Okay.
I believe so.
okay, well, then I will move that the zoning administrator did not err, and that the applicant is eligible to apply for a permit on Monday, and I will say provided that, if for whatever reason there's a date error issue, then the zoning administrator can address that with us. If you have the ability to issue the permit on Monday, then I will move that the permit be eligible to be applied for on Monday.
I would second that.
Have a motion, have a second. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye. That passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good night.
Now the last case, you two. It is almost night. And what was this case number?
186.
Oh, that's right, okay.
2019-186. Mr. McBroom is here on behalf of staff to make the presentation, and the appellant will have 5 minutes after that, as there's no opposition present.
The operation dates on this property were September of 2018 through November of 2018. Total number of rentals was 15. They had not obtained a permit. Notice was sent. We sent the notice through host compliance for no STR permit or tax on November the 13th of 2018. The advertisement was removed on November the 22nd of 2018, and there were no subsequent documented stays. Pardon me. The appeal was filed on 3/15/19, withdrawn with no response from the appellant, and rescheduled. We did not receive any complaints on this property, and no other action was taken.
And so, let's see, when was this appeal? Do we know when this appeal was filed?
March, I believe.
Okay, and then it says withdrawn, no response. What does that mean?
She didn't follow through with the noticing initially, so we withdrew it.
Okay, and then they reapplied and then, okay. But there's no documented violations between November of last year and today?
No, sir, no
Okay.
other actions were taken.
Okay, awesome, thank you. All right, if you would, state your name, address, and tell us why you are here.
Casey J. McDonald and 2626 Jenkins Street, Nashville 37208. I started doing Airbnb. I didn't do my due diligence and realized I needed a permit. Once I realized that, took it down, got the letter. So now I'm just trying to rectify that, send out the notices, get the permit, and do it the proper way.
So, and you haven't rented since
No.
then? And so you just said, oh, I got to get a permit. When I get around to it, I'll do it. And life gets busy and you just,
Yep.
are just now getting to it.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything to add?
Just hoping to do it the right way.
All right. We will close the public hearing.
Okay, I'll help out.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different than some of the cases we heard before where people failed to renew permits they already had. So I would look at it as more of a 4-month, in the 4-month window penalty. So
From the application date, so.
from the application
So
date.
July 15th.
Yeah, so July 15th. So I would move the zoning administrator did not err, and that we assess a 4-month penalty, which will make the applicant eligible to apply for a permit on July 15th, 2019.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. That motion passes. So you don't have a permit.
Okay.
Don't rent or advertise till you get a permit, and you are eligible to apply for a permit on the 15th of July. So start getting your homework ready and all that done, and then on the 15th of July, you can go to codes and apply for a permit.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.